What's going on, everybody? How is everybody doing? Hopefully well. Looks like my touch portal app is not connecting. Of course. Wow, that's 2 streams in a row with issues in the very beginning. All right, give me a chance to connect this bad boy, and then we'll be able to click around. Setup wizard scan. Should be good. How's everybody doing tonight? Nice little Wednesday. Hopefully we'll get another big chunk done on this DeathRacer. There we go. Okay, I got my controls back. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. We got Kenneth. What's happening? First, Truggy, how you doing? Wick Central, Wick Allen. Double crisscross there. Tulsa, what's happening? Sean Don, Kenneth, Tin. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I just shot just before I started here. I just shot a little short on a little print I did on the K2 Pro. You guys might have seen this before on the channel. I bought this file from Colts a while ago. It's like a little articulating Defender, which I just really enjoy printing. Like the file itself is just really, really nice, and it rides really cool. Like it almost feels like it has suspension, even though it doesn't. And it kind of just wobbles along. It's very cute. But for the past 3 days, I've been printing this, the full color version, and it came out literally absolutely perfectly. I mean, the wheels, the yellow in the tire, and it's just amazing what you can do. So I shot a little short of me just laying on my floor, just kind of shocked at the quality that's achievable nowadays with just regular machines that anyone can have and buy. And yes, there's a ton of waste. It is what it is. The nature of the beast. Hey, camera. There you go. It's the nature of the beast. You know, until we have tool changers, like until like everyone has tool changers, there's gonna be some waste, and you have to get through this hump in 3D printing to get to the next step. So I'm not mad at the waste. Like if this was what I was chasing and this is what I got and the cost of it was twice as much filament, well, so be it. You don't have to print like this. This is great, but I mean, you could just tell, you know, the character is entirely lost. And this is just incredible, you know? It's just incredible. So, yeah, I just thought it was cool. Cool time to be alive. You'll see a short. If not today, then if not tonight, rather. Well, it can't be tonight. I'll be doing this. So tomorrow. Yeah, that's the reaction I had. It did take a while. Like I said, it's about 3 days. It was supposed to take 26 or so hours, but I had a filament run out, which I didn't expect. So that stopped at like midday, and then the next day, the filament somehow jumped over one spool and just got like messed up in there. I just had to put it back and hit start again. But those are all regular, you know, CFS things. Nothing. I wouldn't even fault that really. That was literally 3 days of straight printing, so all good. Oh, hey Mark, how you doing? Yeah, that's a good way to do it. You know, looks like a stomper. No, I don't know what that is. You might have just dated yourself. Hey Brian, it's a complete different toy and color. That's like 3 weeks on the 85X and 8 spools. This had a similar amount of waste. That's for sure. Hey Petty. It made quite a bit, quite literally a mountain, and it's still there. It's on my floor in a mountain. I can't show it to you in any way, I don't think. But hey, Holitio. Holitio. Holy Tio. Anyway, here's where we are. I did a thing. I made I sat there and spent like 2 hours putting together the treads, and it looks like for whatever reason I'm supposed to have 32. I looked everywhere, but it feels a bit loose. Like I don't think they're going to be coming off of there, but you can kind of tell how much play there is. And I attempted to take one out and make it 30, and it was so tight it was nearly impossible to put on, and that's with this all the way in. I also put my logo on the wheel and put the cover on, and this just looks exactly how I wanted. So far, it's fantastic. Uh, the a couple things also came in. My hardware that I ordered came in, so I swapped a couple of screws already. I don't know why I thought 20 pieces seemed like a lot. 20 pieces is not that much of each thing, so that's kind of a bummer. The magnets came that I ordered, but what came was 5 by 10 millimeter magnets, not 10 by 5. So they are like cylinders. So I sent those back and ordered another set. I did get my wire loom for the triple tool head Voron. So now that'll be at least a little better looking without exposed wiring everywhere. I got all kinds of filament just came, a brand new filament from Symbatron called PEBA. It looks really, really interesting. They sent both 85A and 90A, and in a bunch of different colors. So that's going to be really fun to try. What other fun stuff happened? All sorts of things. Our Prusa build is just sitting here waiting. All of this is the Prusa build, including this box. So yeah, this is my focus. I want to get this thing as far along as humanly possible, as in like finished. Then I want to get the Prusa finished, and then we can return back to making videos and all kinds of stuff. So I'll be doing as many live streams as I possibly can until that happens. Hey, Griff Gear, how you doing? Looks mean, yeah. Looks awesome. Thank you. Hey, Iceman. Did you get one of the K2 Pros? Yes. We did a live stream on it, and I just showed off one of its longer prints that it just did, and it's about as good as you could possibly get, I think, on a print. So far, it's pretty much crushed every single thing. The first print I did on it was this guy. Maxed out the build plate on it. Really cool filament, actually. So yeah, it's been really, really good. So whatever extruder issues and all sorts of AMS issues that the K2 had, the K2 Plus had, that's resolved. I have the K2, right here, the K2 extruder kit to install on it. That should bring my machine up to speed and back up to snuff. So that should be good. I'll do that at some point. And I do have a replacement CFS for my broken K2 Plus CFS. So yeah, it's all sorted. K2 Pro that's probably the sweet spot, to be honest. The Plus is huge. It's just absolutely massive. So unless you need that specifically, I'm glad that there's a smaller option. 300 by 300 is definitely a sweet spot in 3D printing. So that's a good one. Seems to be a good one. It's definitely going to put up a really good fight against everything you put up against it. Definitely. With a heater and all that. Opinion just as good as a K2 Plus. I think at the moment, at least against my K2 Plus, I think it's better. What model Jeep? I can show you. It's on Cults. It was a couple bucks. Cults, I think it's like articulating Defender. Nope. Hold on. I'll probably have to use a different browser and sign in and out. Unless it just comes up under Defender. Let's see. There's a bunch of models. I guess I could type in cute Defender. Or maybe it's print in place. That's more likely it, because there's so many Defender models. It's crazy. Let's try Defender print in place. Close. I don't. The reason I just don't have sign-ins on my on this browser here. Let me go to my different screen. I just realized I didn't even have that tab open. Colts. Let me sign in. All right. Okay. I gotta go through Google. It's always kind of a pain. Well, it's not that email. Okay. I'm guessing I'm in. Nope. Okay, that didn't work. All right, let's try again. Pulse is definitely a bit of a pain to use. That's for sure. All right, here we go. Let's go to downloads. It is called Off-Road Car. Well, that's a horrible name for that. Here you guys go. It is boom, right over here. Yeah, it's called Off-Road Car. Here, I'll put it in the chat. Okay, maybe I won't. Paste. Send. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely a great model. 236, $2. You know, it's really not big a deal, and it scales well. So you can print it larger if you wanted to, and it's just it's a cute little guy. And like I said, when you like push it, especially if you push on like a rug, like if you have kids, they'll love it. It wiggles a little bit as it drives. It's super cute. If you want it as a fidget, it'll work too. Like fidget on your desk. And whoever the designer is, Rod Muzak, he's got a bunch of these little things, and like he has a Jeep version. Oh, it's an FJ. Look at that. He has an FJ version. And he also has a really cool trophy truck that I also bought. Wherever that is. Looks like he has a Bronco version. Rally car. Nice. Here's a Hummer version. It's great. He has a tank version, different Jeeps. I don't know why is Colts taking so long to load. Like how I've already lost patience and I'm the one trying to show you guys. Like what's going on here? Let's try again. Nope. It just doesn't wanna. Alright, let's see if I can find it this way. Rally truck, I bet it's this one. Nope. Trophy truck. There we go. Yeah, this. I also bought this. And this one's a little bit different. It works a little bit different, behaves a little bit different, I should say. Why is this just not loading? All right, I'll zoom in manually. It also it has like these arms that also go down, like these things. So it has a lot of what feels like suspension travel. Like you can make it look like this. And the tires on the top here, these tires are actually loose. They're not attached. So it has this like wobbly character to it. And you can have it kind of like lean and come off of its little rocker here. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Yeah, I play with it on my desk like this. Yeah, very fun. Great design. Definitely check that out. Rod Muzak. So that's a fun one. Oh, here's a spam on Kick again. Looks like this is a common occurrence pretty much every single stream. Looks like I can just delete it. I'll ban them later. Frozen Acro comes tomorrow. Nice. Nice. Cool. I guess I need to try to message them again. I've never heard back from them. It's cool that it's finally making it out. Wonder what took so long. I guess it is a really complex machine. So hey Warpaint, how you doing? Just lurking, no problem. I do it all the time to everyone else's streams. Print for grandkids, yeah, they'll love it. A name that gets right to the point. I guess so, yeah. You're right. In that case, you're right. The skull one is so cool. Yeah, the designer definitely did a great job with that stuff. All right, guys. So I'll just get started. Oh, no music playing yet. Let's put that on. What else? Do we need anything else? I don't think so. Let's just get right to it. I do have some Basil Hayden dark rye, which is amazing. Definitely my favorite one. I came back to it after several bottles of other bourbon, and yeah, this is definitely my favorite. It's just delicious to sip on. All right, so we'll begin building the rider with the power toggle switch. Depending on your switch, you can solder wires to the proper terminals or use screws, loop a wire around to tighten them down. I don't mind doing that. However, here, let's move these things out of the way here. Let's take a closer look. So Dave told me not to use... He told me not to use the wires they gave. So they gave us these right here. And they're tinned, which they shouldn't be, I don't think. But also, these are, I guess, they're not flexible at all. And they're too small of a gauge. Let's see what's on the actual thing here. Yeah, I mean, so check this out. So these are the power cables right here that bring power from the battery to this controller here. And we're going to be wiring a switch, but they have this tiny wire. That's definitely not enough. So you want to be somewhere as close to this as possible. And so what we'll do is we'll crimp it, at least on this side, to here. And do some heat shrink. So let's go find some wiring. You know what? I'll just keep that out. Hopefully we'll get to that part. Yeah, let's just see what happens with that, and we'll go from there. These things, I guess I can put in here. Oh, you are on Kick? It doesn't show me. It does not show me following you anymore, and I can no longer follow. What? I am live. Anything crazy going on here? There's one viewer, which I guess is me. Let's see. Okay, now there's 2 viewers. Live, slow mode. This is not a subscriber-only chat. Never mind. I have to relog into click. Yeah. Google wants to... Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, like I said, I don't know much about Kick. I'm just excited that I'm able to stream to these multiple platforms at the same time. I think it's a cool option, and it's a nice way to I guess get noticed isn't the right word. It's nice to be able to get the word around, I guess, right? Also, guys, I just realized I forgot to turn on all of these banners. Hold on, let me go back. Sponsor banner, close-up cam, browser cam, sponsor banner, main, sponsor. Okay. The stream is sponsored by Polymaker. I had to turn it off for a certain other stream that I was doing. Did you kick me? No, I didn't. But yeah, so at the end of the stream, I'm going to be giving away some Filament by Polymaker. And that's how they sponsor the stream. There is a pinned comment on all 3 platforms, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. So hop into there. It'll take you to here, gleam.io. You will be able to fill out a one question form. The question's right here. And be entered to win. So you can see right here, there's a countdown to about how long is left, and then how many entries. So currently only 12 people are in there, so chances of winning are pretty good. We usually get in around between 50 and 60 people. On streams like this that aren't like a really popular item, we might even get down into the 40s. So a really good chance to win if you guys stick around till the end. Don't forget, you do have to be a subscriber to the YouTube channel. But yes. Curious how the final weight will be done. It's hefty. Oh yeah, this thing is way heavier than I expected. That's for sure. Way heavier than I expected. The link isn't pinned on YouTube. Is there we scroll up but no pin? You are 100% correct. And thank you for that. There you go. That should be pinned. Yep. That's true. Thank you. Hello, my English level is insufficient, so I cannot understand. Can you recommend me a safe website where I can create my own model? Zero Oil, how you doing, first of all? What do you mean by create your own model? I would say Tinkercad is probably your best bet to be able to create models. I use this all the time. You can play around with it and make some incredible stuff, but the thing is, it's really, really simple. So it's an easy way to just get into 3D design, and you can do really, really cool stuff with it. If that translation is asking for where to find files, there's a couple places. Maker World is a really good one right now. Just because the quality of the files on here is incredible. Because there's incentives for you to be on this platform. So Maker World. The second one is Printables. Printables.com is another really high quality, just fantastic platform where you can find all sorts of STL files, designers, contests, everything and anything all into here. And if you have a Prusa machine, you could even just slice directly in here, which is really cool. The third big one is Thingiverse. This used to be the largest at one point, and they redesigned recently. Also, really, this probably has the most files out of everything else. Just not as neatly as organized as the other two. So Thingiverse is another good one. Cults 3D is another good one. Thangs.com is another good one. So on and so forth. So yeah, check that out. Learn how to use Fusion. Yes, but so here's the thing. Wick Allen. As much as I agree with that, I use Tinkercad all the time still. And a lot of times, for me personally, the way that my brain works, I guess it's like art brain and not design brain, is sometimes I need to like sculpt a thing instead of render it from numbers, if that makes sense. And the way that you have to approach design in Fusion, you kind of already have to have your thing. Playing around and just sculpting and experimenting is harder in Fusion because it's really meant to be like a designer's professional tool. So you can do anything, right? So sometimes it helps for me to go into Tinkercad, play around a little bit, make some baseline of a thing, right? And then you can just hit open in Fusion, and you take that file and it opens in Fusion. You can alter it any way that you want it in Fusion, which I really like. So that's how I do a lot of my own stuff, especially if it's from scratch and I need to like figure out a way if I don't have every single detail already rendered out. Now, some ideas, I write them out with measurements. I draw them from a bunch of different angles on my pad, and then I bring it into Fusion, and basically I'm just recreating the thing that I already designed on paper. But that's not how everyone works. So as much as I agree with learn how to use Fusion, I would say Tinkercad is a fantastic starting point. Yeah, absolutely, Zero. You got it. I thought Thingiverse was the biggest. It probably is. Design Spark Mechanical is free. The problem I have with it personally, used to be my favorite. was one, they started a paid version and removed some features, which is a bummer because usually when something's free, it should stay free. But you know, that's a whole different story. Also, it doesn't work on Mac, so you're limited to Windows only. If you do have a Mac, you can open it in Parallels or Crossover. That is a thing, and it'll work just fine. But there's just another hoop to jump through and another app to purchase. So yeah, Design Spark Mechanical is good. Now, one thing to notice, Design Spark Mechanical isn't what's that word where you can design things and alter it? Not proprietary. What's the word? Perpetual? No, that's not a. Words are escaping me. But Fusion 360 lets you basically go back to every single thing that you've done in the past and change it. So if at some point, parametric, it's not a parametric design software. It's directed design software. So further closer to Tinkercad than Fusion is. Because Fusion, let's say you made a circle at some point and you realize, hey, that circle needed to be smaller or bigger. You can go back in the timeline and alter that circle, and the rest of it will change around that change, which is extremely powerful stuff. That's why Fusion is so popular. I'm the opposite. My brain finds Tinkercad harder and Fusion easier. Hey, that's all good. I know a lot of folks that are like that, actually. Like 100%. Because it's the opposite. Like I said, one is like building it from its core, and Tinkercad is for just it's like clay. Like, you know, someone hands you a piece of clay and you're just trying to mold it. Like, oh, I want a square here. I want to pull a circle out of here. It's very different than Fusion. Hey, Big Jana, what's up? I remember using Design Spark Mechanical when I first got into 3D print design. Yeah, me too. I designed a bunch of stuff in it. I still have it installed on my desktop PC in the other room when I was just figuring things out. I designed a bunch of like products in that app. Onshape, I hear good things. Parametric by means of changing the file name. Yeah. Nice. Hey JP, how you doing? I suck at clay. Yeah, it's all good. Not everyone can do that kind of stuff, but it's all right. You can do it either way. Anyway, guys, let me get started, because if I don't, you'll know what'll happen is I'll sit here and hang out the rest of the time and not get anything done. So let's get some things going. I know I got wire in here, so we'll grab that. I also have power connectors, all kinds of different things. This receiver should not be here, actually. This receiver should be over here. I bought a second remote so that my daughter can drive the second truck while I drive the other. So if she ever wanted to play with my trucks up there, we can drive them at the same time. Let's see if I have some spares in here. What were we doing again? Right, exactly. Even in engineering now, we never learned to use CAD programs. We stuck with mathematical programs like MATLAB. If you know, you know. Nice. Yeah. I'm not a very mathematical person. That's for sure. I'll be the first to tell you. Alright, so we have some plugs here, but not very many wires. I do have connectors of all kinds, so I guess that's good. I could remove these, but I don't know how long. Does it tell you how long these cables need to be? 14 gauge wire applied to these terminals. Oh, here we go. 150 mils of wire. That's not that much. Let's see if I can make that work. Oh, this only goes to 100. Okay, so I can't make that work. 150 mils. Alright, I guess I could try this. I have 20 gauge. That might be a little too small, but hell, it's significantly better than this. I use this stuff for quads. They use 6S batteries, so I wonder if we double these up. Yeah, I think what I'll do, because these are awesome silicone wires. I'm thinking I double these up and do 2 strands of each. That should be fine. All right, we'll do that. Let's see how big this is gonna be. So 4 blocks and 2 blocks, so 6 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on my desk. That's how long I need these things. Hey Nigel, how you doing? Reprinted, what's happening? All right, let me put all this away then, since we won't be needing this stuff. But I will take this wire. 150 mils, huh? You guys ever, while putting things away, put something on top of the container that it should be inside, and then it just stays there? You guys ever do that? Because it looks like I do that a lot. All right, let's go 1 wire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it said 150 mils. How about we make it just a little bit longer? Right there. Let's double it. Never. I don't believe you. All right, there's our red. And let's do the same for our black wire. Like the entire back of my truck. Yep. I just, for whatever reason, that seems to be how things end up happening. And I like specifically work to put things away as I go, so that there isn't kind of like a permanent mess. And what's funny is I still end up in a permanent mess all the time. It's just the state of things. All right, so we done did that. I'm gonna put it on top of the container because, you know, it's thematic. Let's grab the soldering iron in case we need it. Let's grab our terminals and heat shrink. All right, let's grab all that. This can sit over here. This can come over here. I don't know what you mean at all. I would never do that. Nice. It wouldn't be permanent. That's right. That's the truth right there. You're speaking them facts. All right, I have a wire stripper. I guess I'll do it right. I guess I'll do it correctly. There we go. Every time a customer comes to my truck to compliment how nice it looks, I try to quickly open the back and grab the tool bag so they did not see it back there. Nice. A little more. More still. Yep, that's good. All right, just getting the covers off the ends here. I guess I should have kind of looked ahead and seen what we're actually doing with these before I do this, but that's okay. All right, what I actually want to do is let's tie these ends together, but also I'm going to twist these up. So they're kind of one. There we go, all the way to the other end. So we're going to have one of these as our wire, and it's still silicone, so it's super flexible. One of my favorite things is having the right tool for the job. I think I've talked about this in a bunch of other streams, but it's kind of crazy how much it just stops you dead in your project's tracks, whatever the project might be. If you don't have the right tool for the job and you're trying to do some makeshift thing, which I do so much. So yeah, I just enjoy having the right tool. Sometimes the right tool is just your head, which is also interesting. Except no substitute, right? All right, so we got those made. Let's see which terminals will fit onto our handy dandy switch here. And for this, I'm gonna do circle terminals. I don't know what they're called, closed loops, I guess, closed terminals. Because I don't want the fork style to slide out. So first, let's find the right kind. It's probably gonna be this one. Yep, that's the one. And do I have a blue one that'll fit as well, or no? No, that's too thick. All right, we'll do 2 of these. All right, so for these, I guess I could use the back of this tool. I usually just like using a large plier. But, so for those that don't know, the way you put these on is twist these up, make sure they're neat. Make sure that the one you're using is not too big for your wire. Slide that all the way down, like that. Some of this does stick out, like some of that wire is coming out of there, and that's okay. And now you want to, on this part, closer to the actual loop, you want to press it from the top so that those little tabs fold in. Which one are we doing? This one? Do it again on the very tip. There we go. All right, and then pull. Make sure you're tugging on this real hard so that doesn't come off. All right, and then we can put this. Also, I just realized we didn't need to do black. They both have to be red, don't they? Oh well. Right, because we're only cutting into one. That's okay, whatever. You guys, if you guys noticed, you would have stopped me, but you didn't. So I'm gonna say that's your fault too. That's your fault too. All right, that's good. Another thing you can do if you really need this to be absolutely 100%, is you can just add a dab of solder right into there. I've done that on occasion, just to literally be 100% certain. Yeah, you guys failed, I failed, whatever. It's all good. Ring terminals. What did I say? I don't remember what I called them, but yeah, ring terminals. So when you get in the house add-on for the FL Sun V500, I saw that. Sorry, the extremely large printers are getting out of hand. What's interesting about that specific machine is because of things like the S1 Pro and, you know, the Magneto X. I don't actually think that machine is that big. Like the base of it, because everything is on top, it's actually not that big. Like, yeah, it takes up a lot of space upward. But, for example, my Magneto X can't go on any table that I own, so it's just on the floor. And there's nothing on top of it, which means that 500 by 550 machine would technically take up the same, if not less, space than that Magneto. And my magneto is smaller. It's 400 by 300. And doesn't work at the moment. But, you know what I mean? So, 1 meter square, 2 meters high. Just fold space. I like that. Insane feed rates. Yeah. Yeah, that's one large machine I definitely wouldn't mind. I'm waiting for FL Sun to be like really innovative with some kind of multicolor or tool changer situation. I really kind of hope that they end up going in that direction to some degree. Because they already have the game-changing speed. It'll be really cool for them to take it in that direction, in my opinion. We call them lugs, not terminals. Terminals are the screws. Oh, okay. Sorry. The box, my box is terminal assortment. That's why I call it that. But yeah, obviously I'll follow your lead instead of theirs. All right, I'm gonna put this to on for whatever reason, like the red one, but it doesn't matter. This is gonna be difficult, isn't it? Yeah, let's try one more time. Oh, the screwdriver doesn't fit? No, it does. They're printing art things that look like full-size mannequins. Man, I believe that. Come on. Wow, this is surprisingly difficult to do. We call it lug once it passes 10 gauge. Ah. Cool. I'm learning all kinds of fun stuff. If I drop this one more time. Ah, so you just have to go aggro and then it works. Alright, so it looks like in their example, they heat shrunk it quite a bit. I'm going to follow their lead and do the same. Other people have been talking about your build on their streams. Maybe scared of the murdered out DeathRacer. Oh, really? Like who? What they don't know is one, I'm like the least intimidating person. Two is last year when I drove Polymaker's car, I lasted maybe 3 seconds. The controls were all over the place. I was so just not used to like, you know, I do a lot of RC stuff. Movement is always on the left, always my left stick. This was on the right, and it was just wacky. I just couldn't do it. Layer by layer. Oh, okay. Emoji. You know, I've met those guys in passing, never directly. So I plan on meeting them this time. They also have a podcast, right? I need to catch one at least. But I'm fully aware of it. I just haven't had the chance. You know, we're all doing our thing all the time. So if I didn't have this, I'd have more time. But yeah, definitely interested in all that. All right, let's see if I can get the smaller gauge on there instead. Maybe this one? Yeah, let's get this on there. Hey, 3D Medic, what's up? Yeah, they're on Twitch a lot. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen them a few times. All right, I can get this on there. Let's see if I can get this over the screw. Yep, come on, just a little more stretch. Yep, there we go. All right, maybe this is a little bit overkill. Maybe not. This will be the part passing through the rider. But they also get knocked over all the time and all that stuff. So you know what? I might as well just do it correctly. All right, my heat gun is back here. I'll just hit it with the heat gun. Since my soldering iron isn't on and in my hands. All right, that looks great. All right, here is our switch and our wires. They're a little bit longer than they're supposed to be, but that's good. So that should be good enough. I'm pretty happy with that. All right, let's do a little bit of cleanup. I don't know if we'll need this stuff again. I'm not sure. Maybe I should have looked ahead, but that's okay. I'll at least put it in its area, and that way when we need it, I'll know exactly where to go to get it instead of hunting for it. Just in time. I'm mixing coffee, a seltzer water, and bourbon. That's okay, right? All right, on the switch, okay, plenty of extra length to stick it down into the frame. These have been connected in between the battery and the motor controllers. Plenty to stick it down into the frame. Yes, I guess yes. I followed this right here. 150 millimeters, 14 gauge red and black wire. Did I not do that correctly? Why does it say black wire? Oh, it says 2. Okay. So there's more. We're going to need more wire. Right, we're going to cut the battery one. Okay. I shouldn't have put any of that stuff away. All right, let's just keep going. Rider continued. Slide the toggle switch into place of the main body. Let's get some parts out of here. Did I mention that the tracks were very difficult to do and my fingers were in a ton of pain? And it took forever. Did I mention any of that? The tracks are almost not worth doing. It's almost worth printing them in one piece and then just printing an extra one or something in case they pop. It was really, really difficult to do. Like, just a not fun difficult, if that makes sense. Hey, One Raz. All right, so where is that wacky piece? Okay, so here it is. So let's get the switch in there. So it looks like we're not putting anything on the bottom, just the bare switch. Okay. So let's see if we can follow along here. This. Face that to the back. This has on position that way. See if we can get this in here correctly. How would you get this in here? All right, hold on. Plot twist. Since this is... these have to be bent in, apparently, allegedly. How would you get this in there, considering I can't flex this piece at all? I guess I try to flex it. Oh, that's gonna snap. Oh, I don't like it. Oh, that's not feeling good. Can I maybe rotate it in? All right, looks like we need a little bit of help via the rotary tool, the Hodo rotary tool. Let's see here. Let's get a used piece. Don't need to mar up any more extra stuff. And we'll get out the Hodo vacuum to catch all of the ground carbon. Hodary. The Hodary tool. Hey, Martin. Hey, Cody. Hey, Dave. How you doing, Dave? Oh, let's see. It's tight. Slightly bend it. Yeah, I'm just worried about popping this material, you know? Since it is a very, very brittle material. You're clipping? Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll mute it next time. All right. Close. Close, but no cigar. No bend issues. Can't speak for PPS. I mean, I can't say that I've bent PPS, but it seems like it would be the type that would break. I'm going to mute myself just for a sec so I can do this real quick. Be right back. All right, perfect. Let's just set this aside. Don't put it away for now. All right, let's try one more time. Face this to the right. This has to go that way. So let's just bend it. Ah, I'm so nervous. I don't want to break this part and have to reprint it. Come on in. Okay. All right, we got it in there. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate you, man. So according to this photo, they, for whatever reason, used all of these. You're technically, I guess one clamps down, the other one clamps down on top of it. You're technically supposed to just use the washer and the nut. How can I mute my rotary tool? It's a good question. You probably have to use my links to purchase it. It's a custom mute option only online. Duh. All right, this is going to be very difficult to tighten. Okay, still working though. Just not the ideal wrench. One more. And all right, that's going to be good. Let's put this washer on there. Spring washer looks like. And then this facing down. And let's tighten this one. Discount code. Shut up, machine. Yeah, discount code. Quiet this, please. See if it works. All right. Booyah. Okay, our switch is in. It's facing towards the on position like that says. Let's see. Hey Dave, did you guys finish the second one? I didn't get a chance to watch. Make sure in the on position correctly. Reference picture to the right. One head of the rider is knocked off backwards. Sure. The wires will be tight fit through the terminals. Will need to be bent slightly for everything to fit. Okay. Really simply slide the hip into position before fixing the body together with bolts. What's the hip? That's got to be this thing. That's got to be the hip. So that's his crotch right there. And that's facing that way. Wires go through. This is supposed to go down in there. Oh, interesting fitment. And how high does this go? Oh, I see how it has to be bent. That's kind of interesting. Let's get the needle nose. So this has got to be bent up like that to kind of get out of the way. And these through. This should find the right angle. The angle of the dangle is what it's sometimes referred to as. And this part just slips into here. Do we need to bend that more? Do I have to align this with anything? I have a lot of questions. I don't know. Let's just see if we can bend this more. Let's see how that is. Like I see there's holes on the side of this thing. Does that mean that's how far up it has to go? I have to be able to see the second hole. Where is it? Let's see, right here. It's pretty close. What is this in alignment with? All right, so let's put this down right here. And let's see how far off I am. Not far off at all. I can probably get there if I wanted to. Okay, so that should be good. Wires coming through there. This is looking like that. Where's the on? On is this way. Off is that way. Okay. That took a long time. Any site where I can get scripts to make my T-Link switch work with Twitch chat commands? That's a good question. Since this was recommended on my channel last time I was doing my Voron build there, use chat GPT. You'll be surprised how much information that thing has. You're torching a little guy. Oh yeah. A rider is a mess of wrong size screws, but it stays together. I did end up buying one of these stupid little kits. just so I have a bunch of screws, because I used all of them, and it's the mismatch was bothering me. Even though this thing's probably just gonna get destroyed, I couldn't do it. And the magnets that I ordered came, they were wrong. I ordered the 10x5 magnets, but what came was 5x10 magnets, so just totally wrong. All right, let's see. Attach L and R with 2 M3x8 countersunk screws. All right, we can do that. We can do that. If you remember, Dave, if you've watched them, I'm sure, several years, right? Sometimes the riders fly off and they're just held on by the wire. And they just get dragged up and down the entire thing just by the wires. I'm sure you've seen it. Google going to be the new Yahoo for a few years. ChatGPT daily, yep. Even for searches, better than Google. Yes, yeah, and explanations where and when you need it, Manly. For sure. That part's my favorite. The part that when I was tuning it, when I was tuning the Vorhun, the stealth changer, it not only told me what to do, it explained why, and that's why I was so blown away. It's because I didn't expect that part. But yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice getting an explanation so that you actually understand what happened. I like that. This is supposed to go. Are these both ones? 2.0, 10H. I think this is supposed to be up here. Yeah, I had this in the wrong spot. So we need this one. The stream is crazy. It got you going. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's in a much better place than it was before. So definitely happy about that. All right, we got 2 8 countersunk bolts and 1 20 mil countersunk. Rider was dragging along after it got obliterated by West 3D's crew. Yep. This is 20. All right, let's get the Hodo. And left and right side of the rider. Oh, okay, this slides in there. Oh, this is supposed to... You're supposed to... Okay, I don't know why, but I guess that's how you got that wire already. Interesting, okay. So, let's see how this all works. So the bottom one is an M3x8. And we need to use the power of our Hodo to thread that in. No problem. Let's do the same on this side. Wait, am I going to be able to get this over that, though? This is going to have to be another one of these tricky, clicky, bend this thing situations. Yeah. Dave, was this piece supposed to be on? Like, should I be putting this on? I mean, it's not on there. I guess it kind of clicks on. Seems weird. So you take that part off even though you had it on? Also, that's funny. I'll try it. Maybe I'll finally figure it out. Come on. All right. Still impressed with the sheer power of this. It's really something else. Yeah, it attaches on. All right, so you're telling me that after I have that on, I can put that back in there, and then this, you just flex it. God, I feel like I'm breaking this. Oh, okay, it does slide, just slide through. Okay, and pops on. All right, all right. Thank you. And I'll definitely have to push on this quite a bit to get the other one in there, but that's okay. It's a girthy fella, huh? All right, so we got the M8 on the bottom. Then we need an M20. Oh, we need two M20s. Why does it say one? On each side, it says, okay. So let's get this. Dang, they really overpower this. Like, this thing is way more complicated. Like, it's not over designed, but it's getting there. There's a lot of pieces to this rider. Some of the rider was a little tricky. It's tight fit. Yeah, I'm seeing that right now. Definitely some tight fit pieces over here. All right, so what's next? Next is 2 more 8 mils, and those are going to be in the back there. Okay, I saw the spot back here. Nice. This track reminds me of Rez. If anyone's into this kind of like almost like industrial dubsteppy EDM, there's this producer. Her name is Rez, R-E-Z-Z, and she makes this kind of like slower pace, industrial, grindy sounding music. And she has an album coming out on Friday, and it sounds like it's gonna be amazing. Secure the hip with an M3 by 25. Let's see where those are. All right, they're nowhere because this kit doesn't have that. I bought M3 by 20. I guess the hip is going to be with the M3 by 20 because I don't have the 25s. Yep, I don't have that. These things are covered in some kind of galvanized oil. Covered. Completely unnecessary. Whoever the company is that does this. But I guess they're shipping it all over the place. Maybe their containers could end up in water. They never know. So maybe they did it right. All right, so the hip, this. Oh, it needs a whole leg on there. Like the hip. Hip, hooray. Like this hip. How do I know which one's which? This gets attached this way. Oh, these are like Lego pieces right here. This is very in-depth. All right, let's see if I can push on this enough to get it in the right spot. Yeah, we did it. All right, how do I know where to align this? Is it just align with that? I'll do it. This could really use another 5 mil. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. 5 more mil would be nice on this part. Yeah, like just a little more. would be nice. What head did you print? Just the standard one, just to get it all running. I'll do my own face, like just the front of it, if I have the time. So make a statue of my head. Yeah. I mean, I have like that file right there, so I could like, okay, that file right there. So I could just cut that and put it on. Rider will be in squat position when done. Right. Kind of like this. Yeah. So yeah, basically, I'm gonna get it completely stock first, get it running, and if I have the time, I'll do it. I don't wanna spend extra time doing it and then not be able to get it running the way I want it, since I am shooting myself in the foot with all the custom nonsense. All right, now we need a leg, the knee, and a foot. Let's see if I can find that stuff. Leg. What's the foot look like? All right, that's a foot. That's a foot. And then the knee is like a round thing with an angle. All right, that's got to be it. All right, let's see what I need here. And 3x20s. Where are those? These? Let's take those out. How many do we need? Just 2. And then M3x16. We luckily have those here. I don't think I have any more in the actual kit. Yep, don't have them. So let's get those out. How many 16s? Just 2? Okay. Yeah, this oil is coating my fingers. I guess it helps you screw them in easier. And 2 of these. All right. Let's figure out how this goes. So, oh, it's backwards, like this. And this part goes. Let's figure this out. Not this one. It's probably this one. Yeah. Okay, this kind of goes like that. Or something. Is it this way? Could be this way. If that's the case, then it's this one. Oh, yep. That fits perfectly. Okay, so that's for this one. This guy. Just, okay, perfect fit. All right, got that. And then this is not for this side. This will be for that side. Yep, okay, that fits also. And we need an M3x20 here. Go through all the parts. Nope, missed. Oh, yeah. All right, got that on there. Interesting. Yeah, let's get the other side. My rider's already praying for me. Okay. Look at that. That's fun. Alright, and then the legs, or feet rather, is there a side? Is there a difference in them? A little bit. I can't tell. Can't tell which one is which. Let's see if it looks better from this angle. Let's see. No, it looks about the same. It fits perfect. Alright, I'll just do this one here. Looks the same. And this is the smaller 16, yes. Did you guys see the foot spinning just now? All right. I mean, that looks pretty good. All right, let's get this one on there. 16. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna guess that they're on backwards because they have a slight negative camber to them. Let's see if they look better flipped. It should be easier to put on now because the threads are cut. Yep. Yep, this has a better angle. They're not like externally labeled. Like I kind of wish there was like a dot on the right one or an R and an L, you know? But that's okay. All right. Yeah, there you go. Now it's nice and flat. Cool. Hey, Akon, how you doing? All right, so we did that. Repeat 3 steps, another leg. We did that already. All right, let's put these 20s back. All right. I can't believe the face is so many pieces. The shoulder and bicep attached to the body with M3 by 20. Good thing I just put those back. All right, let's do those first. Then we have 2 16s. All right, let's find that. So we got shoulder and bicep. Here's an arm. It's bicep, arm. Where are the shoulders? Are these crazy looking pieces? I mean, even the rider is heavy. Like, all this is heavy. All right, so this slips onto this outer one, like that. All right. Yep, and M3 by 20 through this. Okay, and this is going on this hole. And this one's gonna move, right? Not if it's being attached like this. How do I know which angle to move him to and do? Is there a profile view? Kinda. All right, so it's kind of like downward a little bit. All right, so this one is this direction. Have time to disassemble one of the 2 free RC cars I got to make a DeathRacer. Yeah, I mean, if you have the pieces to make this without a kit, That would be great. But yeah, just so you know, I have the version 1 kit, and a lot was missing, and apparently it's fixed in V2. Like, that's only in version 1, which they don't sell anymore. So just as a heads up. Okay, that's one thing. Now we got, what? An M3x16 countersunk bolt. Threads through the inner elbow. Oh, okay, and we got, like, the washers from both sides, essentially. Alright, luckily, we don't have too many more pieces left. It's a little bit easier to find stuff. Looks like I got one more of these washer type things hiding somewhere. Underneath all these tracks, I bet. Oh, yep, I see it. Come on out of there. There we go. The tracks are the worst, like I said. I'm even contemplating not doing this one and just printing them. Printing the solid ones, because this was... It's so much work. It's like, it's not worth it almost. Hey, Dave, if you're in here... Oh, there you go. When you place them, you'll move. Cool. Dave, just real quick. I did 32 tracks based on the instructions, and I have quite a bit of play. Like, is this normal to have this much play? I did try to put just 31 on here instead of 32, and I could barely put the pin in. Like, I wouldn't even... it's just too tight. Like, I could get it if I really wanted to, but everything would be binding. So is it supposed to be this loose? Because if something's up, like, I'd rather, you know, not have the issue when I'm there. So yeah, man, if you could let me know about that, I'd appreciate it. So this goes on the inside like that. And once again, how do I know I have the right arm? All right, this goes here. This is like that. And this one with the countersunk bolt is like this. And we need a 16 millimeter. Ow. Oh, ouch. That carbon hurts. I need like a wrench. Dave, let me know if you know the answer about the tracks. Ah, the arms move. Okay, I see. I see. $32 on each side. Recount again. All right, here. I'll count with you guys. Here, so the one I'm holding is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. So I do have 32. I counted, I'm only confident in that because I counted so many times. And I don't know if it's necessarily going to come off. But something just doesn't feel quite right. Why is this so loose? Does this have play in it? A little bit, but not this much. Something's up here too. It's not all the way on, maybe. It shouldn't come off the wheels without a lot of force. Mine, it doesn't come off the wheels. But I mean, it just seems like that's not okay. Like it's not really gonna come off of there. But something's not right. I'm thinking I'm gonna print the single piece variant. It's because it's just not very confidence inspiring. know what I'm saying? One is loose. Loose is good for the motor. Well, yeah, but it's not good if someone hits you from the side a little bit while you're moving forward or backward. Because then one of them is going to go bye-bye. And then you can't be driving, you know? Alright, looks like this one is pretty good. Now I want to fix this one. And I think I have this on backwards, which is hilarious. This thing is so hard to hold. Let's see if I can just manually screw it in some more. There we go. Come on in. There we go. Okay. Better. Better, better, better. Looks still within range. Okay. I mean, listen. I know we're good friends and everything, but I realize I'm your opponent when we're out there. So I'm going to take your advice with a grain of salt. Although I extremely appreciate it. But I don't know, you could be dirty. I don't know. You know? I don't know what type of games you be playing. You know, Dave? I'm playing, man. I appreciate it. All right, then my man's got like cuffs that slide on there. Do I want cuffs? If I don't have to glue them. That'll be nice. Man, this stuff is so freaking strong. I swear, if this was any other filament, you could just push on it. And it would just go pop. No big deal. No, not this stuff. Can't bend it, flex it, nothing. Alright. My fingertips are in pain. Alright. We got a Rough Rider over here. He's all blacked out, chilling. Kind of cool. As long as your track stays on, doesn't skip at full speed, you should be fine. Yeah, I guess that's true. Fair fight only. All right, I dig that. I dig that. Repeat for the other arm. Okay, did it. Leave all the arm bolts loose enough so the arm can articulate freely. I guess we need to do that with the upper ones too, huh? Let's do this. Okay, and this one too. A little bit more. There we go. All right, we are articulated. Okay. What's next? By the way, for those just joining in, there's a pinned comment at the top of all the chats, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. It is a Polymaker sponsored stream, so at the end of the stream, we're giving away some filament. Could be anyone in the world, as long as you're subscribed to this channel and you're here and you're present for it. So go ahead and click that link. It'll take you to a gleam.io link. Fill that question in, and you should be good to go. The reason why I mentioned that is we have about an hour, just under an hour left. I don't want to face a weaker machine. Nice. That's also true. That's true. You know what? Honestly, it might be better losing to her than to you. Just saying. But still rough either way. And I know Terry means business. She doesn't play. She don't play, man. That is the second time I heard that. It does. I figured, why not? I have this app called Multiple Output. It's just attached into OBS. And it was really easy to do. So I figured, why not? I took a look around Kick, and it doesn't look like there is any 3D print content at all. Maybe just a few. So I thought, hey, someone might be zooming by here and see it and be interested and click in, you know? It looks like we have one viewer. It's probably Kenneth or Wick Allen. But hey, Zorro was in here, and Zero, I mean, and I've never seen him before, I don't think, in a chat. So that's exactly, it did its job already, you know? Okay, so we did that. Snap the gauntlets on. We did that. Assemble the rider's head by screwing two M3x8 countersunk bolts. Those are over here. That's going what, through the ears. All right, let's do that. All right. Let's get the head pieces. Big old noggin, this thing, the back of the head, the face, and this. What's this thing? Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. This goes on the nose, I think. Yeah, I think it's like a accessory piece. Technically, I want to put this on. The reason for this piece is... Oh, you guys can't see. The reason for this piece is if somebody is crashing into you and they're gonna slide up, they'll hit your controls over here. So this is just a tiny bit, a line of defense in bumping that higher or just out of the way. So I legitimately think it's a good idea to put that in there. So here, let's just throw some glue on there real quick. Also, pretty impressed that CA glue works on PPS-CF so well. Bonds perfectly and easily. So we'll throw that on there just to give it a little more pizzazz. All right, let's go back to the head situation. Okay, so we need to put this through going forward. Okay. And that goes in the ears. Wait, what? Did I read that right? Oh, this goes through with the M3 bolt. Wait, what? This goes through here. Oh, you got to do this first. Okay. The face. The face is first. I won't be able to do it with this tool. Does one of these longer bits work here? I sure think it will, although it is worn. Yep. All right, so this is the piece that I will later have to print with my face. And I'm okay with that. Okay. All right, now glue the head details onto the main head. Like, what? What's this piece? Oh, this is a different... Oh, I can make it like an astronaut. Oh. Should I do that? You guys think... this has like a character. It's kind of hideous, though. Should I just do this one? Hey, what do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Should I use this guy or this face? Should I use the face or the helmet? Let's call it that. Helmet or face? What do you guys think? And these pieces, I'm not going to glue on. I'm literally going to chuck them. The face. I like the face. All right, we'll do it. I'll check this too then. Face. I mean, yeah, Nigel. I think it will be my face. I just want to make sure that I can get this thing running. Just taking this off and putting that on is super easy. All right. Lastly, attach the neck mech to the head assembly with two M3x16 bolts. Thank you guys for the feedback. Oh, something cracked. I heard a crack. Let's see the damage. Was this starting to split or something? Because this is all fine. All right, back at it. I'm guessing the part right here started to split. Did it? I can kind of see it. Yeah, it did. It started to split right there. That's okay. That's a decorative piece. Why does it look almost like a different color right there? You guys notice that? That's interesting. I didn't notice that on any single other piece except for there. Huh. The face weighs more, so maybe harder to knock off, maybe. Well, the instructions say the other way. Sorry, that was my back. I stood up. The ear splitting. I see what you did there. Because it was a loud noise. It was ear splitting, but also was the ear splitting. That's a good double right there. The directions do say to keep the head light. So let's see how this works. So you push it back. You put the head on. And you slide it forward, and that clicks it on and holds it in place. Here, let me show you guys. Oops. And like this. All right, so if it ever gets knocked off, that goes to off, and it's out of here. So to put it on, you slip it on like that, and you just click it forward. That is really neat, actually. Really neat. All right, so rider continued. The head should snap onto the body with a toggle switch as only thing holding it in place. Okay. This should be tight enough that it won't fall off while driving. Yeah, it's tight enough, but should still come off easily enough when whacked. It will. Bring your head lighter so that it won't fall off too easily. Okay. Feed the wires attached to the rider's toggle switch through the center hole in the seat. Okay. We're doing it. Feed the wires. Okay, we're doing that. Actually, they need some help, apparently. Come on. There we go. All right. And what are we doing? We're just clicking it. Push the rider down until it clicks in. Okay, didn't click in, but he's on. That is a very strange looking thing, this guy is. That's for sure. All right, we got that right there. Okay, I think that's on. All right, so now the thing that's left is to attach these things. Which, does he look like he's in the right position? I can't tell, but the arms don't quite fit over there. Wondering if I did something wrong. Do they attach from the side? Or do they attach on there? Maybe from the side? But even then, like, this doesn't fit there at all. All right, I'll read in a second. Because I might just have something in the wrong position here. Is this leg? Oh, whoops. I clicked. So that's got to be that, right? Yep, that was that. Okay. Got that. Oh, sorry, guys. You guys didn't see any of that, probably. Because my camera is in a wacky spot. Okay. I think that should fit okay. The rider may not sit entirely down into the seat. If this is the case, loosen the bolts in the rider's hip. Press the rider down and retighten. So these things. But it just clicked. That was the actual click. This is on there now. It just wasn't fully in. That's why I never heard the click. The hands of the rider will attach to the driver levers with two M3 by 12. Really? By 12. Okay, longer than I expected. But yeah, I guess that works. And looks like they go from the inside, which will surely be fun to do. Looks like I got to do these manually. Because I will need the angle. And do they have to be kind of loose? Yeah, I'm guessing it has to be somewhat loose. All right, let's get to the other side. Oh, this track sounds a lot like Res too. Real close. All right, I'm gonna leave that real loose. No binding, nothing. All right. And he's on there really strongly. Okay. Cool. That felt right into the pile of parts. It's good. All right, for the back here, I did want to attach these two for sure because they do actually look good. All the other little accessories, I'm not sure I'm gonna attach. There are a couple of vents that also look cool. I think they go like in here. Yeah, let's see. Like this vent just looks good. So that's probably worth doing. So I'll do these. Do these things fit in here? They do. Now that I've shoved that in there, I don't think I'll be able to get that out. Okay, maybe. All right, let me get the CA glue. Let's just attach these couple little details real quick. Here, let's just do some CA around and the back. Okay, right there. Is it playing the same track over and over again? Okay, that's on there. Let's get this one on. Might be a little too much. That's okay. Let's get that on there. Done. Oh, I did another project at the office, by the way, with the Q2. I'll show you guys a little sneak peek. Oh, wait, I think I posted it in the Discord. Yeah, I did. Check this out. You know, I have a bunch of those, like, large... Why is this so blown out? I have a bunch of those large stanced cars, like, that are 150 or 250 times the original size. So I did the same thing with one of these 18-window Volkswagen buses. Pretty cool. All right, and then this is the other part that I wanted to put on here, just because I think it looks really cool. So let's do that real quick. All right, don't glue myself. Don't glue myself. Don't glue your fingers. All right, this one kind of needs like a clamp. Which I still had my split window buses. You had multiple buses? That's pretty cool. Not a lot of people can say that. All right, it looks like I need to put the other side on and then grab a clamp. So let's go ahead and do that. Other side on. Let me grab a clamp. You know, I have a bunch of these 3D printed clamps I did one time in a printer comparison. And I've been using them. I've been using them for all kinds of various projects. They've been really helpful. All right, slide that back up. Slide that back up. Like, this is a perfect situation for this. Get that on there. Let's get one more. I've had probably 21 Volkswagens at my time. Wow. 3 split window, 2 bays, square backed, bug split, window truck, mini bug, slow 165. That's awesome. Props to you. Props to you. I will have my Cabrio at some point. I want one. Definitely Definitely one of my objectives is to be able to get a cabrio. I want to put the 5-cylinder 2.5 in one. A Mark III cabrio. Because my first car was a Mark III. That'd be cool to get one again. Drop a Mark IV 5-speed in there from a GTI, VR6 GTI. And that'll hold plenty of power for a modded 2.5. 5-cyl. What do they call them? 07W or something like that? I don't remember off the top of my head. But I see them putting, like, people putting that engine into quite a bit of cars because they're so readily available. Every car has them. There's so many Volkswagens that come with that motor stock. But in a Mark III, it'd be great. Have you ever heard of a 3D printer brand Goofoo? No. That's wild. No, I have not. No Goofoos here. Alright, so we done did that. For the last bit of assembly, attach the side panels to your racer with 12. Okay, I can't do that because I don't have treads. Electronics. Alright, so we have about 30 minutes left in the stream. Let's see. Literally got 2 today free on Facebook. Goof Meadow and Goofoo Nova. Goof Meadow? So Goofoo Mido. Goofoo Mido and Goofoo Nova? No, I never heard of it. How'd you get them for free? There's some on eBay. Goofoo Cube. Okay. That's not a printer. So the Mida. Xymon Goofoo technology. Okay. That's the Goofoo. Okay, and what's the other one? Goofoo Nova. Looks like it runs Marlin. It says mainsail and Nova. Mainsail, no. Mainsail and fluid. No, I definitely never heard of these things. It must be specific to China. They look pretty basic, though. Pretty basic stuff. Extruder. I mean, this looks a bit proprietary. But I see NEMA 17. These blocks are readily available. Nice rail. It looks good. Flex plate. Still working. Nah. Goofoo. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they never sold in America or something. Out of their house. So I was like, heck yeah, I'll come pick them up. Okay, not bad. The Nova literally weighs 40 kilograms. Almost broke my back carrying it to the car. So it's all metal. I wonder why they didn't want them. They're fully functional? I'm assuming they're very loud and very slow. Pure assumption. All right. Wiring diagram will be available at the end of the guide. It may be beneficial to look it over before starting wiring process. You can jump to it here. Start the wiring process by cutting the red and black wires with yellow XT60 connector about halfway on the speed controller. I'll do it, but never fun to do. All right, about halfway would be somewhere here. Snip. All right. Follow the steps. Following the steps, you can either solder the wires together or use Wago-style quick connectors that do not require any soldering, where a connect is referenced. Take one wire from the toggle switch and connect it to the severed red wire on the speed controller. Take one wire from the toggle switch. Oh, the head switch. Okay. All right, these are probably glued by now. Yep. As glue as they gonna get. Throw that back on. You know what? Let me turn my fan on real quick. Because it's getting hot up in here. And I would like some air. And the camera has totally lost me because I'm basically underneath my desk right now. There's no way. Yeah. Hi, camera. Let's... All right, the only button that works is on. The rest I need my my flipper for. Okay. His reasoning is he wanted the space. He's getting a bamboo. Say no more, fam. Say no more. All right, so let's get this on its side. So we can begin this nightmare that is wiring this. This is the fan. These are the two servos. These are the two servos on the back. We have our switch wires. I think I will use the Wago style connectors. One, I have a bunch of them. Two, it might be easier to fix in the field. I say might because I'm honestly not sure. But I do have enough of them available. I think I quite literally have the same ones as in this kit. Okay, they're a little bit different, but I quite literally have these. Same size, everything. All right, so let's, here, I'll do two more since we have to reconnect them. And looks like we have to make them larger as well. So let's take some of this off. Let's see, hopefully that's enough. If not, we'll cut more off. All right. And let me grab that one connector that I had over here somewhere and cut that off because that one would be perfect for this. That would be this one. Thought I bought wire like this, but I guess I didn't. Hopefully this is enough. It might not be. Connect the black 14-inch wire between the black severed wire on the speed controller and the black wire cut on the XT60 connector. Don't forget to slip your heat shrink over the wires before soldering. All right, let me try to wrap my head around what they're doing over here. How is this thing held in there? Just with a zip tie? And zip tie around what? Oh, it's not being held in by a zip tie. It's just chilling in there. And it's going this direction. So it's held in by all the zip ties. I see. And is there any benefit of putting those wires underneath like that? What's the point? Why is the red wire running up like that? Oh, because that's this. Right? Where's their front end? This is on the back and the front, so that's not a good way to tell. Where's their door? This. So mine is essentially reversed. So maybe that's why it looks confusing. Let's try this again. This goes this way. This is all over there. Okay, so basically one of these goes out back and one goes out front. Like this. Because they're supposed to be the same color, and mine is not. All right. So for that, you open these lovely connectors. And let's put one in. So we put it in until I can see that it's touching. Snap that down. Do the same for this one. Put that in. Touching all metal. Snap that down. All right. And now this. So the speed controller. Here, let's hook some of these up here. Is there a color? Looks like yellow is going to red. Okay. Let's install that just to make it a little bit easier to understand and comparing it to theirs. All right, this is the same. We're going to go yellow with red. I like the tension on these bullet connectors. It's they're really hard to press in, which is good. That means they won't just fling off real easy. There it goes. All right, that's attached. This is going this way. All right, so now let's attach this to red. Spin this pretty good. Red is going here. Put that in. Push that down. That's good. And then this side will go to this red. Where's the connector? Let's go to this side that's red. Like this. All right, so that's that. And now we just need to connect this black one together. And they did it with a wire. And I will do it with a wire. And I'm going to cut it as short as I can. Because this isn't a very long wire. But that's what I got. So that's what I'm going to use. Don't need that TRX connector no mo. Throw that back. Put that on top of the pile as per usual. Let's peel this heat shrink off. Is the show this weekend or next? In 3 weeks? It's at the end of the month, the 27th. You have both of them working with tons of brand new replacement parts he gave me. The Nova is quite annoying, but the Mito has TMC 2229. Okay, so it's quiet. Okay, good. So I don't know what a DeathRacer is, but I'm choosing to believe it has something to do with the 90s PC racing game Death Rally. It's essentially a tracked tank with a rider sitting on top, and the switch to the whole thing, to the power switch, is on the head. So everyone has the same car, essentially, or in this case, like tank, with a weapon that's designed only to take the head off. So if you take the head off a rider, it turns the whole thing off, and it's dead in its place. So there's also races where the head part doesn't matter, but there's also like just destruction. Or the movie Death Race. Nah, not either Taco or Cue Ball. 17 days. Yeah, it's close. I need to get on it. All right, so I just realized I cut the red wire, and I wanted to cut this wire. Man, this is going really well. So let's prep this one, and hey, at least I'll have that wire ready to go for when I need it. We hope it turns the rider off. Nope. Thanks for explanations on one of your blind viewers. Right. Yep. Yeah, it's that's probably the best way that I could describe it. It's essentially a tank with a rider on it, and the rider's arms, like hands, hold these two controls, so they have their own servos, and the arms end up moving. So it's actually really cool looking, because when the whole thing spins or turns, the rider has like an articulating action to it, and it's very satisfying. All right, let's get this wire in there. Bada bing, bada boom. Is that in there? Not quite. Let's get that even further. There we go. Bam. This side as well. And the cool thing about these little Wagos is they clip onto each other, so I can have them sitting next to each other quite nicely. Let's get this in as much as possible and align it with this one. A little more. There we go. And pin. Okay. All right, so same here. Let's attach this on like this. Put that down. It's good. Yep. And let's attach these two together. Oh, these are two different. Okay, so the two different brands don't attach together, but mine do. So let me get mine and swap those out then. So let's swap out these. 1, 2. Yeah, that'll make it much easier to field fix if I have to. So huge plus there. Whoops. All the way in. Press. There we go. All right, and now these should. Okay, I did that backwards now. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get it. Bam. Okay. And now I should be able to attach those two together like that. So that'll be easier to manage as well. So let's get that all the way in there. That's a little loose. Let's try again. All the way in. Click. Got it. All right, same here. Which one of these has to come off? This one? Yeah, let's put this on. All the way in. Click. Got it. All right, this one. Get this one out of here. This one we can attach to this and do it this way. So this comes in from this side all the way in, and this comes in from this side all the way in. Boom. All right, and that's nice and clean right there. All right, so we got power all attached. This should be ready to plug in. All right, what time we got? We got 15 minutes. All right, here's what we're doing. These don't attach. They're different than mine. You know what? Oh, they do attach, do they? Let's see. Do they click or something? Kind of looks like there's notches. No. All right, I'm putting these in the trash. Okay. Let me put this away. And let's see. We got one of these batteries. Do I have a 2S with a Dean's? I do. Well, that's not a Dean's. I need a XT. So I must find my adapters. That's to a Traxxas plug. Yes. All right, I have them in my drone bag. Sounds like fun. I just joined a few minutes ago. What's powering it? Two motors, two large motors with gearboxes in each tread. And then it's just gonna have one 2S battery. You can go up to 3S, which I might have to because of the weight of mine. It is really heavy because of the material I chose. But 2S is fine. Like I said, the motors are geared. And they're plenty fast enough. It's not necessarily speed. You kind of want it to spin, and you want the weapons to swing. So we'll figure that out as well. All right, so we're ready for our receiver. Let's see. I'm not going to put this in here like this. Blue wires to black, yellow to red. Okay, I did that. Now you can wire up the transmitter. Okay, reference a picture in the lower right. Okay, I'll do that in a second. And this is going to be a little bit of a mess here for a minute. But we will figure it out. All right, what is this thing for? This is the servo splitter harness. All right, take the two steering arm servos and connect them each. All right, that is these. We're gonna connect them each. Brown to brown. Let's go this way. And brown to brown. Let's go this way. And the third one is the one from the ESC, from the speed controller. And brown is black on this one. All right, so brown is black. That'll be this way. Connect. All right, so all those three are in. And then this is going to provide battery power to our receiver. The signal wire is yellow. And I don't remember which one of these powers the receiver. And of course, I'm using a different receiver than they are. So that should be fun. So that's going into the PWM channel 1. I'll just put it in the same channel for now, and I'll be able to set this up in Wi-Fi. All right, so that's that one. Then we have this motor. I'm not gonna want to use this way. That's the thing. I'm gonna want to solder this as independent. You know what I'll do as a test? I'll slip a magnet in there on those two terminals right here, so that I don't have to solder them as a test. I learned that trick on the DS consoles that I've been messing with, and I'll still be able to test that without messing anything up. Because I think I want tank drive. Can't wait to see it run. Thanks, Q-Ball. Me too. All right, so this one, the speed controller single yellow wire, is going to just signal. Okay. That's just signal on channel 3 for whatever reason. All right, let's go channel 3. Okay. Then we have channel 4 is being used for weapon. So on mine, I'm going to be using channel 4 and 5. Channel 4 and 5 for weapon. Because I have 2 independent servos that need to go at the same time. And then our fan, which has the shortest wires of them all. Wow, this is a mess. I gotta figure out a way to place this thing as well so that I can run the tracks without it tearing everything up. This fan wire is a hair shorter than I like. I can extend it pretty easily. Which, let's just do that real quick. I have a set of wires that will work perfectly. They are here. And then all I need is a double plug. All right, so we need a double. That's a female. And on the other end, a male. All right, we probably have that in here somewhere. Let's see, male, one end, female, other. Where's that at? Okay, they're here somewhere. Let's see. I just need 2. It doesn't have to be fancy. Here's 1. Here's 2. Male, female. Okay, right now they're individual. But what I'll do, let's put all this back first of all. I have another set for this, which is right here. Of course I have a set for this. Set for everything. All right, we got this right here. And in here, we can get a double. We can get a double right here. All right, so what I need is a pin to lift up these connectors and push them off. Like that. Come on off. Okay. 1 and 2. And we're going to push on. Let's see, does it matter which direction? It does. So we got power on the left. We'll make power green. And we'll make ground this gray. All right, so this should push right on there like this. Come on. There we go. 1 click. And looks like they need some help. You know, every single brand has this different. Let's see. Okay. All right, there's 1. That's the set that'll get plugged into what? Yeah, this gets plugged into my receiver. And on this side, which, can we spin these? Of course. I like to twist these wires that keeps them a little bit neater. And they're easier to manage. I just kind of pinch them between two fingers and spin them. And we'll make them a little bit more manageable. All right, and on this end, we're going to do the same. Let's take these off. Come on. There we go. It's one. Okay, that one broke a little bit, but that's okay. As long as the wire doesn't break. The connector don't really matter. Come on, buddy. There we go. Get that off. All right, and then this is the same. Let's see, I want black to be on the right side. So plugs in right there. So we'll do this. Oh, I broke it. I broke the wire. All right, well, that one's done. We almost had a really neat connector. The little pin broke off. That's a bummer. All right. Let's undo this green wire. Always something. By the way, guys, there's about 5 minutes left in the giveaway. If you haven't joined in and you're going to plan on sticking around for 5 or so minutes, subscribe to the channel. Hit that link that's in the top of the chat. And yeah, Polymaker will potentially give you some filament if you win. All right, let's take the green one out. All right, green wire, that broke. Put that right in the trash. Let's go get my bag again. I think I saw one more in there. Apparently, a random number generator thinks my stream's over and it's playing the intro-outro song. Having large hands, oh my god, yeah. It's, don't I know it. I don't have long fingers. They're just stout. All right, here's white. White and gray is a little too close. Do I have another one that I can use? I see it over here. It's brown. Nope, those are two female connectors. Please don't tell me that was my only one. All right, these are, all right, let me just take it out. Male, male, male. These are chopped. These are chopped. Female, female, chopped. Looks like that white one might be the only one. So we're gonna have white and very slightly gray, which is fine. It's just hard to see quickly. Let's see. Can I just quickly see? Nope, that's chopped. Man, past Fetter didn't do a good job with this. Female, female, male, male. All right. It's destiny. We're using a white and a very fine gray. And this time, I'm not gonna break it. All right, let's see if we can get it powered on in the next few minutes here. That's gonna be the goal. All right, let's remove this and immediately put it into this side. All right, there we go. Here we can install it into here already. So we can click that together. And we need a little bit of electrical tape. Don't need much. But just to wrap that connection so that it does not come off. we want the fan to be running. Okay, so that's perfect there. So basically white is my power wire. All right, let me see if I can spin these a little bit at least. Much harder to do it this way now that I've attached it, but it is what it is. Playing the game on hard mode, apparently. Yeah, I can't do it this way. Ugh, bummer. All right, let me do a light one. So that they're not flip-flopping all around. There we go, that'll work. That will work just fine. The other thing you can do is heat the wire with a heat gun like this when you braid it like that, and it tends to stay, which is nice. All right, so power is white. Let's enter that in there. Okay, so we got this plug now, like that. Okay, so fan extension wire. And let's plug this into channel 2. So it has to go this way because ground is brown. All right, so that is all 5 channels populated. And there is another plug that says NC. I'm not sure what that is. And I might have to alter some things. But okay, so the only other thing that we need now is to go find a battery adapter that goes from Dean's plug to XT60. And I have a bunch of adapters with my charger. Also, I think all these batteries are not charged. I think this little one might be the most charged out of these bundle, and I just want to double check to make sure. Yeah, 7.4 volt. This is 5200, and this is 5000. It's crazy that if you pay a lot of money, a little bit more money, you get a little bit less battery, 5000. But look at the size, and this is 5200, same freaking battery, but only 200 more mAh, which is negligible. But what's interesting enough is this battery is so much more dense. It actually weighs not that much less. Like, the savings aren't that critical. So, somewhere in my drone bag over here, somewhere in here, I have battery adapters. And if I was smart, I would put them with the charger. But that's been debated throughout the years. So let's see. Okay, Dean's plugs. If I was an adapter, I would go here somewhere. Here's Dean's to XT30. Not quite. Not quite what I'm looking for. Here we go. Aha, right here. Dean's to XT60. And I have both kinds. All right, let's see which one I need. Keep all that out for now. This drone can go back in. Okay. Should always keep batteries at storage when not in use. Yes, that's a big fact. All right, let's see. Right off the top of my head, this is not the right one. I need this one. Yep. Okay, so this adapter onto here. Okay, this one can go back. Plug that in and put it back into the little pocket before I forget that that existed. Balance board. old charger stay in there. All right, let's go put this back. All right. All right. Let's see. Here, I'll remove the lanyard for now. All right, guys. This is going to be huge because the rest is physically done, except for a couple things like the battery door and all that stuff. So I'm thinking, can I put this thing... How should I put it so that it doesn't run on me, but all the controls are still available? That's what I want to know. I could put it up on this side, on this right here. So like that. I guess this cover as well, right? It'll be fine on this cover. Right, because it's not touching. Okay, so then these wires, how can I keep them away from the track? I guess I just don't want to, I just want to test it. All right, I'm going to kind of risk that part. There is a little bit of an on switch. So let's see what happens, guys. This is either about to be great or horrible. And there's no real way to know. Temporary zip tie. Don't I have Velcro? I do. Let's do a Velcro. So everywhere but this. And I need the switch out and available. Let's get all this together. Right here. You know what's interesting is I might do that anyway. Like I might have all of this in there in with these Velcro strips, just in case. Also, the power connector, where does that go? Is that on here anywhere? Yep. Yeah, okay. There's channels to keep it out. All right, we'll be doing that later. Where does the switch go? The power switch. Is there a spot for it? Cable management. The speed controller will have its own power switch. Make sure it's left in the on position. Oh, so you're just basically plugging it in and then using the rider's head. There's no way to know which one of these is in the on position, by the way. So it's kind of like a plug in the battery and figure it out. All right, let's turn this on. I'm gonna turn this. Let's see. Let's go back. I need to charge this thing. Where's our list of things? This guy? No. This guy? No. This one? No. Which button does it? I don't remember anymore. All the channels. Is it holding this? Yes. Okay. Then we go down to plane. Yeah, because the airplane is the one that's set up. Actually, I guess I need to make a new one, huh? It's too much to set up right now for a test. All right, I'll just stick with plane because I know the plane. Select model. Yes, there's a throttle warning. Because I know the plane one has it's set up. I know it's set up correctly. So let's exit that. Exit. All right. And the sticks all work. All right, that's the safety that's already set up, so we'll just keep it there. Throttle down. All right, I'm gonna plug it in, and if it starts to run, hopefully I'll unplug before this causes some kind of disaster. Here, let's move things off the table. But let's see. Okay, speed controller is on, so this is in the on position. Fan is blowing. That's good. I don't hear a telemetry. So I might have the receiver in the wrong spot. We are getting the blue blink though. All right, so it's not connecting to my receiver. I think I had this receiver set up already. If it doesn't connect after a certain amount of time, this LED that's blinking will blink faster, and the Wi-Fi will turn on, and I'll be able to connect it to it with Wi-Fi and figure out what the problem is. But the fan is going, so that's great news. Let's see if any of the other channels react right off the bat. No. Okay. Just for fun, let's see what this switch does, just in case. No, we are getting Wi-Fi mode. Okay, let's see what the switch does. If it powers off, it does. Okay, that's power off. All right. We're going to power that back on. Yeah, I'm not getting a telemetry on there, so we'll wait for this to turn on again. In the meantime, I have somewhere, I don't remember off the top of my head where, but somewhere I have a low voltage alarm, like a beeper for batteries, because I bought a bunch of them for airplane builds, so I know when to bring them in. So I will need that because there's no way to actually know what voltage this battery is at, because that speed controller isn't going to have any kind of telemetry of its own to forward. Let me just think of where I would put them. I probably would have put them into here, but this is all my quad stuff, so I doubt that it would be in quad stuff. It would probably be in RC stuff, which is here. Let's see if it's right on top. Oh, here's all the cables. Wow, I have endless cables. Definitely didn't have to cut anything there. I have extension cables too. Man, it would have been great to take a peek into here for a second. Ugh, okay, I have every kind of wire, motors, servos. Yeah, that wasn't a good idea not to look here. But the things that I'm looking for are not in here, funny enough. So, that's just fantastic. Where would they be? Are they somewhere in my drone bag? I don't know, but let's see if we can get on this Wi-Fi real quick. Oh, then I'd lose the chat. Not chat, I'd lose the whole stream. Wildly enough, I happen to have my ROG Ally. This is wild. 8 minutes too late to enter. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Need to bind it. Well, typically it. I already did bind it, so we'll see. Well, it should have been, but maybe there's a reset of some kind. So let's see. Whoops. All right, let's see if I can find it. Let's go. Yep, Express LRS. Let's go on. We shouldn't need a Wi-Fi. I mean, we shouldn't need a password. Why is this asking me for a password? Express LRS. Or is this thing already connecting to my Wi-Fi? In that case, I think it's like 10. Oh no, hold on. That wouldn't be it either. Express LRS Wi-Fi password. There is a password. That's weird. Express LRS. I guess I just never. I only did it once. Express. Can't see it. Express LRS. Next. You know, it is getting power. It is giving out Wi-Fi, so that's good. It's blinking like it wants to blind. On these ELRS modules, it blinks when it's putting out Wi-Fi. Yeah, here we go. So we're connected to the Wi-Fi of this tiny little receiver, and now we can configure it. So in here, model match. This should be. If you set the model match below 25, you can specify receiver. Nope, I don't want to do that. Model match is between 0 and 63. Okay, so I want it to be 225 there. Here are the channel outputs. Oh, this is going to be too blown out to see, huh? Oh, that's a bummer. On this camera, at least. Anyway, I can set the PWM output. I can do all that. Here's the network. All right, so channel 1. Let's configure this. Let me see where this is facing. The channel 1 right now isn't actually channel 1. That's the problem. All right, I need to turn this off. Let's turn that off. I think this whole connector has to go up here to whatever NC was, because up top is channel 1, and I think this can't be up there. I think it has to be here to give this thing power. Could be wrong. I don't remember off the top of my head. The last plane I set up is in the wood somewhere, so there's that. Let's see. Okay, that does power it up. I will have to wait a minute. This thing hasn't said there's a connection, so it's not connecting to this Express LRS module for whatever reason. And it's on. Yeah, Express LRS is on, see? So it should be connecting to that automatically. I'm going to wait for this to blink again, and I will refresh this. And fix the channels. So there's no need to duplicate. No, we do. So we have to duplicate these two. So channel 4 and 3 have to just be both 3. All right, so I'll mess with this in 1 second. All right, here we go. So that should be on. Enter. Let this thing reconnect to the Wi-Fi, to its Wi-Fi. Wow, that we can do this. It's just going to take just a little bit to figure out. Nope. Go back to Express LRS, connect. There we go. There we go. Okay. We're back on there. So, channel 1 is nothing at the moment. Channel 2 is just PWM. It's just a fan. So, hold on, let me think about this. That means... Alright, I gotta turn this off again. Alright. This thing right here, this, has to be channel 1. The fan, I'm gonna unplug. The fan goes all the way up here, because this isn't the channel, it's just power. Alright, that means we're left with
The receiver is channel 1. That's correct. I don't want to repeat channel 2. Channel 2 needs to just go back. Channel 3 is the signal wire for the motor, so that remains channel 3. And channel 4 and 5 both need to be channel 4. Okay, I got it. I think I figured this out. I think I wrapped my mind around this. All right, let's turn this back on. Let it blink, and we'll set that up once more. And then if all things go well, this thing should move. And by move, I mean connect. So there also needs to be a phrase. There's usually a phrase. So what's happening here? That's odd. Model match. If you set the model match below to a number other than 255, you can specify the receiver number in OpenTX HTX model setup. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I do not want to do that. So I just need PWM. So this thing is just not in the right spot. So we'll fix that. So I need to connect to it again and turn on these channels. So that's all we need, is just to figure out these channels. All right, there we go. It's blinking again. Let's go into our Wi-Fi. Wait for Express LRS. Come on. Oh, I can connect to 6E. I didn't even know that. Let's see. Oh, look at that. I've never connected to 6E on my network before. But that's cool. All right, now let's go and see if ELRS is ready for me. It is. Connect. Okay. And the fan is blowing, so that part's correct as well. All right, so we got the fan part correct, and now we need this part, the channels. All right, so channel 1 should be channel 1. Channel 2 is nothing, so we're just going to set it to channel 2. Channel 3 is channel 3. Channel 4 is 4, and 5 is also 4. They need to do the same thing. And we'll set one of those up in reverse. Yeah, so I basically don't have a channel 5. My channel 5 is the same as 4, and this is just giving power. All right, so this should be correct. Let me set this to 1500 just so they're all the same. Okay. And the PWM outputs should be updated. And actually, let me invert right now. So I'll invert channel 5, set PWM. It says they're good. So now let's go back up here, and I will refresh. Here, let's do this. Go. Okay, it's refreshed. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and that should all be correct. So right now, why are we still not getting? Why can't I put in my connection? All right, hold on. Let's reboot now, right? Now that this is all set up, I should be able to turn it down and power. And if that's channel 1 and it's getting power, why is it not binding? All right, maybe my memory is not correct, and maybe this ELRS receiver is slightly different. Typically, I think it's a beta FPV. By the way, the giveaway, guys. I'm sorry. I will do it. I just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. Beta FPV PWM ELRS binding. Nope, not that one. I want the BWM one specifically. Beta FPV. It's this one. Is there a non-video? Take your time. I appreciate that, Martin. Thank you. Yes, it's this one. Let's see if... Oh, this just takes me where to buy it. Like, maybe my memory is just not correct, and this one has a bind sequence. I still don't want to watch a video just for the sake of not like sitting here, you know, without saying anything. This doesn't have chapters, or does it? It does. Okay. So binding, sure. Okay. It's just explaining something. That's how you flash it. Oh, we're doing 3. Okay. So he's gonna turn it on and off a bunch until what? He's looking for it to start blinking. Double blinks. Okay, I vaguely remember this. All right, so we'll turn it off like this, and we'll give it a 1, 2, 3. Nope. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Is it quicker? 1, 2, 3. Is it one of these? Let's get that double blink. I thought it was 3. I guess I'll listen to him. I do vaguely remember older ones doing this. Here, I'm going to turn the volume on. I don't know if you guys will hear it.
If possible, and for that, you'll be able to use the RX and TX pins of channel number 3 and number 2. You need to wire them to a free UL port and flash this radio receiver with the DeathRacer micro express LRS radio receiver firmware.
Yeah, I did that one.
As for binding the radio receiver with the radio transmitter, entering binding mode using the stop firmware is done by plugging and unplugging the radio receiver 3 times in a row to a power source. When the blue LED flashes,
plugging and unplugging 3 times to a power source. So 1, 2, 3, and plug. No, different kind of blink. 1, 2, 3, and 4. No, it's faster. That's wild. Nope. Nope, it's not doing it. How many times does it have to be powered down and on like that? 1, 2, 3. I mean, we're getting power, but it's definitely not in bind mode. And if I recall correctly, these things don't have a button. They are... No, there is a button. Is that a bind button or a reset button? Because as you can imagine, resetting that won't be too fun either. Just for testing purposes, let me use channel 3. Any connection here? No. Usually the LRS connection's instantaneous. Let's see if binding only works here. 1, 2, 3. Nope, I'm not getting that. All right, let me check what the button is. I'll have to pull up the manual to see what the heck is going on.
Hey, Ibos, how you doing? On the way to Rapid. That's fun. That's going to be a crazy event. Have a great time there, guys. Is there paperwork? You know I don't have paperwork. Let's see.
In order to enter Wi-Fi mode, to take
Yep, I know the Wi-Fi mode.
The generated Wi-Fi network on your mobile device or computer page, you will be able to update the
Yep.
firmware.
So, you know, I can get into since I can get into this page, I know that that part is configured correctly. The problem is not being able to bind it. That's the problem. I know how to put my... Oh, let's see what this says.
Without its plastic shell. So as you can see, the antenna is properly secured to the radio receiver using a heat shrink. So it's very unlikely
that button right there, though. That's not a... I'm assuming that's a reset button. Let me copy this. 5-channel PWM receiver. Let's try again. I want some documentation. I do vaguely remember doing this. I'm just clearly doing it wrong. And that's not how typical ELRS is. You can usually, quite literally, go into the Wi-Fi, go into that really simple interface and type in a phrase. And you have to have the same phrase on the receiver, which I do, on the transmitter. And it just works every single time. I've done it, I can't even tell you how many times. But this one, being a PWM receiver, is ever so gently different. I'm surprised Bardwell doesn't have videos on this. Here's a different video. Let's see if binding is a thing.
There are a lot of ways for toddlers to start.
All right. Intro binding. Okay. Same video. Oh, is it? Is the same video? All right. Let me go back to where they're selling it here. Right here. What? This was working a second ago. There we go. Beta FPV. There we go. Okay. So, very inexpensive here. Holy, 13 bucks. That's amazing. All right. Where is the paperwork? Please make sure the TX&X firmware is the... Oh! That's why. I won't be able to use this receiver. I forgot about that completely. I switched my firmware on here. I switched my firmware to 3.0. And 3.0 works with 3.0 and nothing else. Oh, bummer. Okay, so I will either use the stock transmitter, or I can find a receiver that's... I can turn all this off. Or I can find a receiver that will be 3.0. Oh, bummer. Okay, at least we found out why that's not binding. This thing should automatically bind without any issues. That's kind of the power of ELRS. That's why I was so surprised that we were having this issue. Okay, it is what it is. We found the problem. Man, I see some basil. You did. Yeah, I got dark rye. I need to take a pic of your maker chips. They turned out awesome. Ooh, nice. Sounds like you need to get in touch with some ham radio friends. I do have some friends that, well, not ham radio friends, but I have some drone buddies that could potentially help. But I know exactly what the issue is now. By the way, hi Pezlis. Sorry, I wasn't. I was like really heads down just now trying to figure out what this problem is. But I'm good. Fly Sky. I mean, I know I have it. It's here. I know. I wanted to order anything, won't have to do anything. But man, let me tell you, I really wanted to use my own radio. Like really badly. Man, that's a disappointment. Really, that's a disappointment. All right, let me gather myself, and we'll do our Polymaker giveaway. Because I do still want to give away some filament. I'm really disappointed in that. I forgot that that thing's 2.0 only. Yeah. But hey, at least everything's together. This thing is all... I guess I can turn this thing off too. This thing's together. I know exactly what to do next. It's ready for the covers. And it's ready for some wire management. I just wanted to kind of leave it all in here so that we can test it. And what else is funny is I did have a 3.0 receiver, but that is in the woods with the airplane. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Yeah. I need a... I can tell you exactly what I need. I need a... actually, you know what? I mean, it says to work PWM receiver. Please make sure the TX and RX firmware are 2.0. But is there a 3.0 firmware for this? It's called a micro receiver. Is there... Right here, default firmware is 2.0. All right, hold up. I have an idea. There's a firmware upgrade button. Interesting. Please click here to know the way to flash micro receiver. Click to download firmware ELRS micro receiver version 3.3. All right, here's what we're doing. I'm going to stay up a little bit longer to do that. Nice. Amazon to the rescue. No. I think it literally exists. It literally exists right here. The version 3.3 right there. Here, we'll download it. And this will be a really easy fix. Where did it go? Really easy fix. We're going to throw it right here so that I have it on the desktop. All right. Let's do this. All right, guys. Good luck. Let's see how many of you guys entered the giveaway. 42. All right. You guys ready? Here, I'll go to my other screen here. And let's give away some filament. Good luck, everybody. Let's go to winners. Let's go to draw winner. Let's do 1. Loading. All right. Announce winners in widget. Announce. Congratulations to Amanda S. Is my wife here? You don't need to enter these competitions. You can just walk down the steps and take some filament. All jokes aside, Amanda S., are you in here? So that's right. You have a problem in a live stream? It's state, federal, and international law. I don't know, Shadow. You tell me. It could be if your name is Amanda S. I'll tell you what. Here's how we do this. What are the 3 last letters in your email address before the @ symbol? The 3 last ones. I think it's you, though. Yep, it's you. Congratulations. You got yourself some Polymaker filament. All right, Amanda, here's what you need to do. I'm sure you remember from my other streams. But here's what you need to do. Please email me at Fedor, Fedor, at 3dprintsos.com. All right? Fedor at 3dprintsos.com. Email me that you won a giveaway today with today's date. And either tomorrow or the day after, I'll get back to you with a code and a form, a Polymaker form to fill out. You'll put that code into the form, and bam, you got yourself some credits to buy yourself some filament. All right, let me know. Yeah, don't give it to him. That's your own. That's your own. Yep, huge congrats. It's always great when the person that potentially wins is someone that's here, often and hangs out. That's the best. No. She can totally rub it in. She can totally rub it in. All right, Amanda, let me know if it was clear, the instructions. All right, just so that we're all on the same page. Because I do want you to get this. So let me know. In the meantime, I'm gonna plug this back in. Actually, I do really need to find that battery. Those little boxes wherever I put them, because I definitely 100% need to know what the state of the batteries is. Maybe they're in here. Yes, I got it. I found them. All right, here's what I mean. Yep, gotcha. Okay, good. I don't think Twitch has any luck with drawings. Maybe. So I have one of these. And essentially it's a beeper. It's a really loud beeper. And you set when the thing beeps. But the point of it is to be able to, like, that's really loud right there, to see what this thing is at. So right now it's a 7.9, 3.98 for that cell, 3.98 for that cell. And so it's only a 2 cell, so that's still okay. 3.8 is about middle. 3.6, you got to cut this thing off. And I usually, at like 3.5, you got to have an alarm. Right? At 3.5, it's already, you gotta set that thing back on the charger at that point. So let's keep this on because I have no other way to monitor this. Let's plug this back in. And let that firmware. Here, let's connect to it again. So I need this thing again. I know you guys can't see this too well, but if I do this on the main computer, then I will lose Wi-Fi. And if I lose Wi-Fi, I lose the stream. So how about we don't do that? So yeah, I'm going to sacrifice you guys seeing everything super clear. But hopefully I'll explain while I'm doing it. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, everybody. I'm over here trying to get the final steps on this DeathRacer complete. For those that don't know, this is a killing machine, and this one is all printed. Well, I don't have these tracks on, but this side is done. So it's a tracked vehicle with this rider on it that has articulating parts. And has this weapon that's meant to literally knock his head off. If his head comes off, the whole thing turns off. And right now, I'm trying to hook up my ELRS receiver to function properly. And the problem that I ran into is that my ELRS receiver is still on version 2.0. And I need version 3.0 to function with my radio. So that's what we just figured out after a little while of trying to bind this thing and figuring out why it's not actually binding. That's why. What material? This is PPS-CF from Polymaker. And the rubber parts, such as the tracks and this very small little bumper section in the front,
That is all printed out of Aero TPU from Soraya Tech. So some pretty high-end materials and fun stuff. It's really, really heavy. That's kind of the downside, so we'll figure that out. Yeah, the print quality was extreme. Probably some of the best print quality that I have personally put out. But that's also because you can't see layer lines because of the carbon fiber in the, in the PPS material. All right, let's get all this off the tracks. All right, is this thing on or what? I luckily got one of these things today. And it was just on. Why can't I boot it now? There we go. It went into BIOS for whatever reason. Don't go into BIOS. Just turn on regularly. Get me into Windows. So that I don't have to do anything crazy. Because I don't have another laptop. So this is probably the only way I could do this. Fun stuff. Yeah, it's good stuff for sure. Good night. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you for sure. Hey, Shenanigans. Hey, don't let your dreams be dreams, you know? Sometimes you just got to do it. All right, here we go. So like I said, I'm going to sacrifice like a digital view with this, which is a bit of a bummer, but all right, so we're on Express LRS already. So essentially, for those that don't know, this tiny little PWM receiver here is an ELRS receiver. And the cool thing about ELRS is it's configurable online on Wi-Fi. And when you connect to it, which looks like I disconnected for whatever reason. Nope, still there. Okay. So we should be able to go to 10.0.0.1. There we go. So this device is currently connected to that tiny little ELRS receiver. And what I need to do is I need to give it that file, which I don't have on this machine. All right, so the way to fix that is we go to snapdrop.net. Watch this, guys. This is a fantastic tool. If you guys don't know what this is. All right, there's no Wi-Fi. Okay, hold on. I got you. We're gonna jump on my actual Wi-Fi. Connect. Yes, I will lose connection to the ELRS receiver. We Wi-Fiing? Yes. All right, let's go back. Let's go snapdrop.net. On this machine, we will go to snapdrop.net. All right, and here we have my machine. So we can click on it. Send files to the device. Upload a file using the button above. Upload files. Click here. We need this file open. It's going to upload it. It's going to go right here. And now I should be able to share this with this nearby device. Share. And there we go. It came up. I'm going to hit download. And there we go. I have it now. So I just sent that file from here to this device. So now we can close this. Let's go back to our ELRS Wi-Fi. There we go. We're going to connect to it. And we're there. So this thing should now connect back to the ELRS receiver. It did. All right, and now we got to install that firmware. So we're going to go to choose file, downloads. We're going to choose that bin that we got from their website. Let me just make sure that it's correct. Let's go to downloads. 2400 micro RX. That should be it. I mean, that's the name of it. The correct bin file for 2400 RX PWM. Let me just check again, just to be 100% sure. This is for ALRS micro receiver. It is a micro receiver, but what about the PWM micro receiver? Oh, let me go back. Let me make sure, because this is on their website, on the official website, on their section. Micro receiver also supports flash crossfire output firmware. In this case, channel 2 corresponds to TX and channel 3 corresponds to RX. Please click here to know the way to flash firmware to the micro receiver. Right here. Note, now the firmware version of micro receiver manufactured by a company is ELRS 3.3. Okay, good. So this is all correct. So right here, click to download the firmware for the micro receiver. It's right there. That's this. All right, let's do it. Let's go back here. I thought LineWire was gone. It's still here. What tool are you using? The white tablet thing? Oh, this is an ROG Ally. It's a gaming device, but it runs Windows. So technically, it's a full-on laptop that's mobile. I mean, you can literally use, like, it's quite literally Windows. But you're able to play games right on there. But you can also hook up keyboard, laptop. Keyboard, mouse, screen, whatever you want. It's good to go. All right, let's hit that. Let's hit update, and through Wi-Fi. I hate that you guys can't see it on the. It's too bright. Essentially, it's updating right now through Wi-Fi, and if we did that correctly, we should be able to bind this. Update successful. Please wait for the LED to resume blinking before disconnecting power. We are blinking. So let's cut power. Bada bing, bada boom. Yes, there's throttle warning. Switch warning as well. All right, and then let's power this back on. And let's figure it out now. So one thing that I forgot to do, and maybe I can take a screenshot or a picture of it real quick, is I had the PWM set up already, but this might break it. Okay, I have a picture. I'm going to wait for the Wi-Fi to kick back on, get on it, and see what the channels are with this new firmware. And technically what I want to do is I want the 3.3. I think it should say there needs to be a... what's it called? Not a pin, a keyword. And the keyword means if there's a keyword on here and a keyword on the ELRS receiver, it'll always just connect. So that's what I'm waiting on. So let this thing kick in. We're waiting for this LED that's blinking right here. That's blue. Oh, you guys can't see the LED. This LED that's blinking, we want this to blink rapidly. That's how we know that it goes into Wi-Fi mode. There we go. Blinking rapidly. So that's why it's giving off Wi-Fi now. So we'll open Wi-Fi on our device. I see it. Let's connect. And there we go. All right. So now we are on the updated version, and there is the binding phrase. This is what we're missing. So I'll put mine in. All right. Our binding phrase is in. Let's see the other things. Lock on first connection. Uses airport serial device. We don't need any of that. Let me hit save. Save is successful. Reboot will take effect. Okay, let's reboot it. And it's on. Oh. All right, hold on. We don't want that happening. Okay. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. Wow. Okay, so we did a little bit of grinding on my desk. But that was actually a cool thing. So what happened there was it actually all booted up. It turned on, and it was fully functional. It was able to connect to the receiver right away. The problem is it shouldn't have actually ran like that. So that's fun. We got to figure that out. I should be able to... I mean, I could just disconnect the motors, like, physically. These things are also not centered whatsoever, which we knew was going to happen. Let me try that again, but in a more controlled way. Let's see, we'll put the wires tucked in. Let's get the switch over here. I'm going to hold this. All right, let's see. Turn that on. Okay. Ah, okay. Okay. So it just thinks... Yeah, see this? Okay. Where's the power? All right. There's some hilarious things going on. So what's happening is nothing on this actual receipt. Well, it's connecting. Everything's fine, but it's getting controls from this, thinking that it's on right away. So I now need to basically configure this thing. This is fully functional. I saw both motors working. The fan is running. The servos are going. This thing is fine. Now we need this thing, because right now it's on my plane, as you can see. We need to basically set one of these things up for the DeathRacer. Man, that's exciting. Okay, that all worked. Will it let me see what I have these things set at under model? Okay, what's awesome is my settings actually stayed. That's why it's functioning. So we have channel 1 on 1, 2 on 2, 3 on 2, 4 on 4, but also 5 on 4. That's why both of the servos, these servos up here were running. And one of them is in reverse. That's why they were opening. So that is also correct. So the only thing that's happening now is we need to tell this thing which channels are where. Man, that is so cool. That is really exciting. All the settings on here are exactly where we need it to be. Yep. Okay, great. I'm just going to exit that. This thing can shut down. All right. So the other thing that I had set up on the plane, which clearly wasn't functioning on this for whatever reason, is on the plane, I actually had the throttle, this channel, completely off. And what I mean by that was the throttle would never function until this switch right here is all the way up like this. It would be just a dead throttle. And that's so that the props on the plane don't just start spinning out of nowhere and it just starts going as soon as the battery's connected. So I will need to set that up here as well, because this thing will be hanging. You don't want nothing accidentally turning on and running away, you know, when these things are moved. So that's the way that I usually set it up, is I make everything dead until this switch is flipped upward. So clearly we just need to make some new profiles on the controller. Wow, looks like we were grinding away some rubber filaments on some rubber on something. Good stuff. I'm so happy about that. And then let's see what this battery is at. It's still 3.9, so it's not even doing that bad. It binded, yeah. So the bind part on ELRS is the best. It's my favorite part. So basically, I have my bind phrase, and it's just some it's literally a bunch of just any words that you want to put on there. But as long as it's the same bind phrase on your receiver, and the receiver, by the way, also has Wi-Fi. So you turn this thing on, you move this into Wi-Fi mode. It goes on Wi-Fi. You go on it. It gives you the same exact screen, except with the transmitter part, and you give it a phrase. So now, anytime you type in that phrase on any of these new ones, or any drones, any planes, anything for cars, it'll just connect. You don't have to do anything. So it was kind of a shame that we had to go through that whole rigmarole just now to get to where we are now. But we're there. It is alive. That's so cool. All right. So what we need to figure out now is on here, on this guy. Let's see. So I can't unplug that. I don't have an extra plug. I do have an extra plug. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I have this really long cable. So what I need to do, let's see if I can plug this into my keyboard. I have some pass-through USB plugs on my keyboard. So here's what we're gonna do. What time is it? It's 1 o'clock. Man, I really should get off. All right, let's try though. So with this thing on, I'll plug it in, and let's go to USB serial. I don't want it to be a joystick. I want. Whoops. I selected joystick immediately. All right, let's try that again. Plug this in. Let's go down to serial and plug it in. All right, so that should be good. And then on my computer over here, let's quit this. We don't need any of this. We don't need that anymore. We don't need this anymore. So I need to find where I have this app. I believe it's called HTX Companion or maybe HTX Buddy. Let's try both. And I'll be able to set the channels. It's easier to do it with this companion than to do it on the actual transmitter itself, because it's a really tiny screen on there and kind of annoying. Now let's try both of these. Are any of these going to open, or... Oh, something's opening. All right, this is not it. Nope, nope, nope. Don't want that. No, this is not what I want. So it's not this one. It's not Buddy, it's Companion. Let's turn Buddy off. Companion, okay, so it's this thing. Oh man, I'm gonna have to remember how to do this. All right, so read models and settings from radio. Where's the connect part? Hold on, it'll take me a second, but I will remember this. So, right back up. Yep. Right firmware to radio, read firmware from radio. Configure communication. All right, let's see if we can pull it. Oh, this one's the SD card. From what I remember, oh yeah, I have it in here, huh? From what I remember, you should be able to just connect to it. I've done that before, I thought. Read model and settings from radio. Unable to find SD card. I mean, look, I can take the SD card out. That's not the point. All right, let's try it. So I'll turn this off. USB still connected. We can exit. Oops, enters this. Okay, and that's charging now. All right, let's get to the SD card. Here it is. Let's throw this into my handy dandy keyboard. Come on, there we go. All right, SD is in. Let's see. Read model settings from radio. Okay, it did it right away. All right, so model 4. Let's rename this. Hold on. There we go. Can I type? No. All right, edit model. The model is, yes, mixes, outputs, logical switches, which is that thing where everything is off until you hit the switch. All right, so hold on, let's go back to setup. The model is going to be called DeathRacer. DeathRacer. Let's just make sure that part works, right? We just exit. Okay, so it does update right away. Okay. So, all right, let's go back in. All right, let's figure this out. Throttle warning, sure. We don't need any of this stuff for now. None of the warnings. I mean, it's already going to warn us if all the switches are on, so we'll just switch it. We'll just stay that way. Okay, right here. So internally, we want the protocol to be off. And externally, we want this to be crossfire. Yep, start on channel 1. Yep, that's all good. Trainer port off. Yep, okay, yep. Yep, this is all correct. And basically having this set to crossfire will turn on our external ELRS receiver. All right. Center beep, that's kind of interesting. I won't need those here, but it's all right. All right, so flight modes, none of this stuff matters. Inputs. All right, so throttle. These things are set up in an interesting way. Input name, line name, source. All right, so we kind of want to change these to motor 1, motor 2, and then servo 1, servo 2, right? These are for all right, this part is all correct. So these, okay, I need to change this. This is basically copied from my airplane. All right, let me see. So this is throttle. The source is the throttle here. I don't remember what the names of these things are. That's the problem. The trim should be on. No expo for now. Whoops. Don't need a switch. I don't remember off the top of my head. It's been too long since setting these things up. But if this is throttle, the source all right, hold on, let me think about this. The throttle, the source is channel 1. The source there is channel 1. Yep. Okay, no trim. Yep. Actually, specifically trim. I don't know which ones there are. I need like a layout of what the buttons are on this controller, on this transmitter. All right, let's just do no trim for now. We're going to need trim though. This is the elevator. This is the ailerons. So this is typically left and right. Left and right is going to be mixed. All right, because channel 1 is, this is going to want to move both of the things. All right, hold on, one thing at a time. So elevator. Elevator is this, up and down is the elevator. And that's on the right stick. So this should be really nothing. We don't need that. We just need this left and right. So we need rudder. Rudder is going to be also channel 1. But it's going to be mixed. All right, I'm going to have to do more research. I'm totally doing the wrong thing here. And that's just not going to... It's not going to be a good idea. Yeah. So this, like, yeah. This is not going to work. I need to actually know what I'm doing. Too much guessing. Yeah, and this, I'm gonna have to mix this. It's probably gonna tell me in the instructions. Let's see. So this. We already reversed the channel in the ELRS receiver for that, so we don't need that. Use the up and down buttons on the left-hand side to go to the setup. Okay. So once in setup, press OK, reverse the channel 1. We don't need to do that because that's done through ELRS on ours. For whatever channel, 1 needs to be reversed though. Okay. All right, the second motor is channel 3. Okay. So throttle is channel 1. Where's this? There you go. So in here and in here, this one, this is throttle. The throttle is channel 1. That's going up and down. Then we have the, what would be elevator, is channel set up on 1, 2, 3. Let's set up on channel 3. There we go, like that. Then we have, oops, this is supposed to say elevator. Then on the other one, we're gonna have to mix. So this is gonna be throttle. This is gonna turn, and it's gonna mix that. I mean, I want tank drive on this thing. All right, and then we need this switch. Yeah, I want this switch to be the tools. That switch. Let's do this. Let's get layout of what's this thing called? I don't remember anymore. It's been so long. FPV transmitter ELRS. This is how I remember things. It is a. There's so many new ones and so many budget ones now. You can't even type in budget anymore. It's no longer the budget king. Watch. Jumper. It is a jumper. My memory instantly works. Jumper T-Light. Layout. There we go. I need this. And I need to know this. 3 is SD. Yeah, 3 is SD. Okay. So we go back to this. Then here we need, this is switch is SD. And that switch is going to run channel 4. Yes, so when you flip that, it'll go to channel 4. And this needs to be a switch itself, though. Switch. SD up. Oh, let me see. This is, yeah, SD up. Like that. Yeah, so it's a switch. When you click it, it'll do its thing. All right, so this is one motor. This is a second motor. Technically speaking, yeah, but this is motor 1. This is the other one. Okay, let's just try it. See if we're on the right track. And then for mixes, I have no remote idea. We'll wait for that. But as long as this part works, because then in here, I think what we can do is this is weapon. Source is SD. And then what this will do is is this the right spot? No, usually, oh no, destination's channel 1. No, hold on. Oh, right, this goes by channel. Okay. So the weapon is on 4. So channel 4 is the weapon. The switch is SD up. Somewhere on here, I'll be able to make channel 4. All right, both the channels are 4, right? Okay, we did that in the ELRS thing. Man, my memory is broken. Wear your helmet, everybody. All right, we're gonna do this to see if that's it. Is it logical switches? Sticky and function and version 1. If SD is up, then I don't know what the rest is. Special functions, switch, SD up, action. Aha, we're not overriding. We are playing, set, reset, haptic, play sound, trainer, override. So we're overriding channel 4. No, that's not how it works. Oh, when the SD up is up, we're gonna turn this thing on. That's probably not what it is. Well, there's on the right track of how that works. All right, this is a whole bunch of nonsense. Simulate. There's no way to know what this is actually doing. Where is SD though? This one. Anything visible? No. All right, here's what we do. We do a test. And now that that's on there, we can write this to the SD card rate models and settings to radio. Do that. Saved it. All right, then where's eject?
Yeah, we save. We don't need that. We already wrote it to the thing, right? So let's close it. Modify. Do you want to save your changes? Sure. Fine. Backup. All right. Save. All right, let's see if this is even remotely close. And if it is, then I know that I'll just be able to sit down, read a couple tutorials here and there, and figure this out. As long as it's at least on the right track. All right, let's see. Bada bing. Bada boom. Hey, another CG, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you. All right. Have a hand on here, just in case we go absolutely haywire again. Let's turn the radio on. And let's see what this thing will try to do. Let's switch this. All right, hold on. Before we turn it on, we need to have the right profile. Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Back, back, back. Okay, so we hold this. There we go. And this isn't it as well. Get out of here. Is it holding this? No. Is it holding this? No. Exit, exit, exit. Is it this? Nope. This one. Okay, got it. And down to DeathRacer, enter, select model. Okay, now we're on there. All right, we are on DeathRacer. So at least I know those settings are functional. And this D is down. I wonder if I put that in the wrong direction. So this is actually up. This is considered down. I want it to be the other way around. All right, let's give it a go. Let's give it power. Yellow rest should connect right away. And we'll see if anything that we did with the throttle and stuff is correct. Okay, the tool functioned. Let's see if... Aha! Oh, you guys can't see that. Hold on. So far, nothing's running away, which is correct. Our tool is on the switch. They're just not centered, and that's totally okay. So that will be centered. That'll be open. So we'll mess with that. All right, now the crazy part. Where's my throttle at? All right, no throttle. Nothing there. Okay, so let's see if my switch, my dead switch, is still working. No. Okay, so no throttle to the motors. All right, that just means that I don't have that part set up correctly. But the fact that this works, and I selected that, throttle should be center, so you have forward and reverse. That's true. And I will, by the way, I will put that spring setting back on. That's easy to do. All right, yeah, I'm getting there. Yep, it'll just take a second. That's okay. I'm gonna turn it off. Wait a second, and let's boot it up again. I wonder if it has a safety setting to where this was centered. Nope. Okay. All right, that's all good. Okay, no nonsense. I just have to have the channels done correctly. And this, yeah, the fact that this works and I just set this switch up is correct. All right, I am cool with that. This is a huge step forward. That also means that I can probably put all this where it needs to go and get that a little bit more final, which is nice. Actually, you know what?
let's do this. Now that we know this thing isn't running away, let's plug this back in. Let me get this, and let's center these. That sound? Yeah. Let me keep that on, but take the hardware out. And the reason is I don't know which switch position. So I want the switches down. Let's turn this on. All right, so this is pressing really hard. This is all the way open. All right, so all the way open. Let's get this. Is it this one? Smaller? Smaller. All right, so we have to set these to all the way open. All the way open is... Forgot how beastly these servos are. All the way open is this. So let's tighten that. Let's tighten this. Also, we'll have to test the head switch as well. All right, and this one, let's loosen. Loosen. What time we got? 1:25. Oh my lord, I gotta go to sleep. This is just so exciting, right, guys? All right, that's gonna have to be a little bit off. There's no tooth in between here. Yeah, and I'd rather have it open like that. All right, tighten. And tighten. We can do. We can also use trim for that. So this one goes on this side. Put that in there. This goes here. All right. So when we put this down, they should slap together. Not enough. We need more juice. That should open. Also, these, I just heard these things powering up, but I don't know what's gonna move those, since none of the switches work. All right, so I'm gonna have to figure out the trim settings for this, because these servos are, they should work all the way, and I need these wings to open here and close in. So maybe what we do is the opposite. Maybe we set this to touching so that when you hit it, this opens. Let's do that. I feel like that might be a little bit safer. So when the switch is down, these things should be centered. All right, we'll do it that way. Go this way. And this one. See, this one I can perfectly center. That one on the other side. Also, the reverse is working through ELRS. When we did that switch in the Wi-Fi, on the Wi-Fi thing, that worked. So I can change this via that PWM. It's only set to 1500, but I bet you I probably need to have it more. 1500 is probably halfway. I bet it's one of those. Yeah, I bet you. I'll have to figure that out as well. Got to read up on that. All right, let's throw this on there. And this one on here. Yeah, they're not quite touching because I need them to... I need to alter it a bit. Okay, hold on. So let's take this one. Okay, so they need to actually touch. I have them kind of facing out a little bit. They need to not do that. There's a learning curve. All right, so we were like this, but now go in a little bit. This is probably too much, and I'm gonna have to undo it again. Of course. Yeah, it's too much. Okay. All right, back to how it was. I'll have to mess with this. There's definitely some way to do this with trim. I'll have to see if there's an updated version of that app too, because even though the app's fully functional, I don't know the terminology, and there needs to be like a little bit of a wizard of some sort. And I know that stuff exists. So, but generally speaking, the fact that it's connected, the fan is working, the batteries are working, the motors worked before. I just don't have it set up correctly. So when you turn it on, this thing will be together like that. Why I was able to turn it just now, I don't know. Anyway, there'll be a magnet right here, so they'll be together. And then if I switch it, they'll open up, but they'll open up more. And when they close, they'll snap together. Looks like this is also mixing in with the other servos, because they're trying to turn. And this guy's over here moving. Yeah, interestingly enough, the switch is also moving these servos, which is kind of funny. Anyway, there's a lot to figure out, but this is a huge step forward. I now have full control. All I have to do is configure this SD card correctly, and this part will work. That's great. And I think if I can have those motors split... Oh, I know why it's not working. It's not working because I don't have that individual thing together. Remember on the back of this controller, speed controller, there's an individual pin that you can join right there, just for a fun test. Actually, no, I don't want to break it. I'll do this with a little bit more research. But if I want to have them individual, is that what I want? Yeah, I think that's what I want. All right, that's cool. I'll read up on it. I'll figure that out. I'm really happy about this. Guys, this was huge. This was huge. The track, I think I'm going to look into just printing the track instead of doing what I was doing and doing the pins. I do have everything printed though, but they just hurt. They hurt. They're hard to use. They're very frustrating. Otherwise, okay. All right, everybody. That was a fantastic stream. I got a lot done. My voice is lost. That's how good this was. But we'll do another stream here in a few days. And I will just keep grinding and trying to get this thing working. Servo slot, pretty cool. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to have this thing functioning. And my voice is gone. Can you tell? Yeah. Hey, Maker Viking. Yeah, I'll have to figure out this app as well. All right. That was quite a ride.
That was quite a ride. By the way, all that stuff, you should be able to do it on this radio. But like I said, the screen is so tiny and the buttons don't have labels anymore because I have a third-party case on this thing. So we're not doing that. But yeah, that's huge. And if I was to use the receiver that it came with and the remote, it would just work, huh? That's not fun. That's not fun at all. Yeah, I don't want to use it. I'll figure mine out, and it'll be better. I'll have more control, and I'll know more about it. I'll know how it all functions, so it's not better than that. Yeah. No way. All right, y'all. That was crazy. Thank y'all for being here. Congratulations, Amanda. I don't even know if you're in here still. Probably not. It is late, 1:34. All right. We're going to do this again real soon. Thank you, Polymaker, for supporting the channel and giving these filaments away. It's absolutely fantastic. All right, y'all. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you for being here, like I said. See ya. Have a great night. Oh, yeah. Can you guys still hear me on this? Let's raid. Let's raid. This is a good call. We got Loyal, Moses, and Maker Deck. Let's do Maker Deck. Who's Donut? What's Donut King? Impeccable timing. Yeah. We got the outro playing. All right, hold on. I'll come back from the outro. Hold on a second. I'll come back. All right, let's find somebody to raid. Who's Donut Maker? Why don't I know Donut Maker? Let's search Donut Maker. What's who I see they're on? Donut King TV? Donut King. Well, no, I know how to do it, Liz. I just don't know who or what that is. Oh, that's what that is. Like, you weren't kidding. Like, it's an actual dude making donuts. And there's 129 people.
DK doesn't have a TV. Also, DK has to keep up his scamming.
Okay, we're doing it.
Yeah, that's your boy. So we actually have a boy now. I was a girl dad with the first 3 kids.
All right, let's see.
Last year we had our first.
Let's go back to my stream. Okay, let's go. He'll put you to sleep. All right, I'll do it. Raid. Donut King TV was. All right, everybody. Jump in there, and I'll see you guys later. Here, once this goes, I'll raid now. Let's go. Cool. All right, y'all. I'll see you guys. Thanks again.